Yeah, I hope you can see the slides now. Kikita niyo po.
Yes po.
Ayan, maraming po salamat muli sa inyong attendance today. Ito po ang inyong pre-marriage counseling para sa inyong marriage license application. At kasama din po dito siyempre ang orientation kung saan ipapaalam sa inyo ang mga rules and requirements sa pagpapakasal at yung ating marriage license siyempre na pinukuha sa ating City Hall. At kami po ang tanging private institution na kinuha ng DSWD para sa pag-conduct ng seminar na ito. So I hope everybody has already applied for the marriage license, or kung hindi pa, pwede naman itong isabay kasunod ng inyong kasama ng inyong birth certificate, SINUMAR, etc. Now, may mga LGUs na minsan hindi nakukontento sa attendance ninyo dito at gusto nila matending kayo sa kanila ng orientation. Pero yung counseling, wala na silang masabi doon. Kitang-kita naman nila ang aming accreditation. Yung sa orientation part, ito yung tinuturuan kayo ng PSA, kailan i-re-registro ang kasal, kailan papasok sa kanilang system ang inyong kasal, ilang araw ang validity ng inyong marriage license, yung birth certificate ng anak. So yun yung mga pinapaliwanag nila sa pre-marriage orientation. So pag tinanong kayo, alam niyo na ba yung mga rules na yan ng City Hall at PSA, sasagot lang po kayo pagkatapos ko pong ituro lahat yan tungkol sa mga bagay na yan. So again, welcome to your right pre-marriage counseling session. Nilagyan po namin ng salitang right because ito po yung tamang impormasyon na dapat yung matutunan sa pag-aasawa. Ma'am Michelle, pwede pa mute po ang inyong audio?
I'm sorry.
Yan. So, ito pong aming lesson na pipresenta sa inyo today is the result of our 32 years of study about marriage and family relationship. Now, how it came to be na naging accredited kami ng DSWD because kami ay involved po sa legal matters. We facilitate marriage problems and mga annulment, divorce cases in court, at nakita namin na something is not being taught. Merong hindi na ituturo. Kaya the marriage usually ends up in the hands of a judge or in the courtroom. Or most of the time, the marriage ends up with Tulfo. No? Napupunta sa programa ni Tulfo. Ang dating masayang nagsasama nag-aaway na. At kung hindi naman sila nakakarating kay Tulfo, nakakarating sa barangay, no? Domestic problems. Pag ang problema kasi sa loob ng bahay ay hindi naayos, lalabas po yan ng bahay, no? Yung problema na yan na hindi nyo nalalaman kasi invisible yan eh. Invisible yung problema inyong kinakaharap kasi malay naman ng kapitbahay nyo, di ba? Meron pala kayong marital problem. Malay naman ng barangay kung meron kayong marital issue. Magugulat na lang sila na ba't parang hindi na kayo sweet? Bakit parang hindi na umuwi yung isa? Or ba't parang nanay na lang yung nasa bahay kasama ng mga bata. So, it's an invisible problem na lalabas ng bahay na hindi nyo namamalayan. No? At today, malalaman nyo na ang mga problemang yan kung paano ayusin sa loob ng bahay. So, ang magiging kabuuan po ng ating lesson ay papakita ko po sa inyo maya-maya in the next slides. But then again, yung ating rules or etiquette today ay ito po, no touching of your phone during the session para tayo ay magkaintindihan because ito po ay pinag-aralan namin ng mabuti at hindi kami magsasayang ng oras or mga unnecessary words para hindi nyo maintindihan yung ating lecture. Kaya pag yung attention niyo ay nahati sa pagsagot sa text or sa call, eh, may mamimiss kayong mga information na maaari nyo pagdudahan dahil hindi nyo masyadong narinig o naintindihan because of your undivided or because of your divided attention. Ha? So, ayun po ang aming pakiusap. Gusto nyo po maintindihan ang ating pag-uusapan, kailangan nyo pong tumutok. Ha? Dapat walang distraction dyan sa tabi nyo, walang mga biyahe, walang maingay na aso, walang maingay na katabi, walang nagdadaldalang mga family members. I hope nasa comfort of your rooms kayo. Sa inyong mga kwarto, ha? Hindi sa comfort room. Okay? This is a master class. Ito po yung master class. Tinawag po namin itong master class because yung mga bagay na hindi nyo naririnig sa simbahan, hindi nyo naririnig sa college days ninyo, sa inyong mga bachelor's degree, ay pag-uusapan natin dito. Yung hindi po tinuturo sa mga simbahan na pinupuntahan ninyo, ay ituturo po namin dito. Marami pong bagay na ayaw nang ituro. Masashock kayo sa mga maririnig nyo today. So, dahil kami po ay non-sectarian, wala po kaming any religious doctrine na itinuturo dito. And besides, ang gobyerno sa pag-i-issue ng marriage license sa mga nagpapakasal ay wala pong involvement ng simbahan. Kaya nga po nakasulat yan sa ating konstitusyon na separation of church and state. So hinihiwalay ang anumang religious doctrine sa mga ginagawa ng ating gobyerno. Binabase nila ang kanilang mga kilos mula sa batas na lumalabas sa ating kongreso. Okay? So listen carefully. We will talk about your past, present, and future for about 2 to 3 hours. Pero magbibigay kami ng break para makapahinga ang inyong kaisipan. Break time shall be after 60 to 90 minutes of session, siguro after 1.5 hours. Break tayo. And so we are all adults naman. So act like one by giving your attention. Your speaker is the founder and the managing director of BCIDP Law Group, Philippines. Our advocacy is to build stronger marriage foundation, happier families, individuals, and businesses in the Philippines for the next generation. So how do we do that? Nag-aral po kami ng mga necessary courses para doon sa aming advocacy. So kung negosyo pag-uusapan, nag-aral po kami ng Masters in Business Administration sa PCU at sa Ateneo de Manila Graduate School of Business. At sa De La Salle, sa SPACE. I have 2 bachelor degrees, Psychology and Political Science, and Katarungan Pambarangay Law sa University of Makati, Paralegal Studies sa UP Law, Theology sa Manila Philippines Institute of Religion, at mga home Bible studies nung ako ay kabataan pa. I'm also a retired religious leader. So tinigil ko na ang pagiging religious person ko. Ha? Dahil napag-aralan ko na hindi pala natin kailangan ng religion para makilala ang Diyos. Kailangan pala natin siya mismo, not the religion. I'm a candidate for doctorate degree in a few days from now. But in the past, I'm being invited to speak at different colleges and university like this, Our Lady of Fatima, Miriam College, PUP, Taguig, San Sebastian College, Recoletos, Manila, Arellano University for the psychology students, Ateneo de Manila Law School, at sa Lyceum of the Philippines, Laguna. Pag-uusapan po ang relasyon, family, marriage, divorce, separation, etc. Tayo po yung lagi naiimbitahan ng Leader News Philippines at ng RJ, Radyo Bandido. Ayan po, ng ating mga media interviews. And also about negosyo, yan po sa ABS-CBN, DCMM, Teleradyo. At sa Stand for Truth, GMA7. Nakatrabaho ko po ang mga malalaking abogado, mga sikat na abogado sa legal industry natin, sa legal practice, at mga law professors sa malalaking university. Kagaya po ng dalawang nandyan na mga sikat na professor sa kanilang panahon, sa Lyceum, sa UP Law, at sa Arellano University School of Law. At sila po ay mga practicing lawyers up to now. So nakita ko po sa loob ng 10 taon namin pagsasama, pagtatrabaho, nakita ko po kung paano sila mag-isip, mag-diskarte, at mag-defend ng kanilang mga kaso sa korte. Nasubaybayan ko rin ang mga kaso na pag pinagsama-sama po, mga kaso sa korte, lahat po sila ay may kinalaman sa relationship. Relationship sa negosyo, relationship sa asawa, sa mga anak, sa kapitbahay, relationship sa kalye. Lahat po ng mga yan na umakyat sa korte na pinagtsatsaga ang i-resolve ng ating mga hukuman ay may kinalaman sa broken relationship in our society. At kasama na dyan siyempre yung mga relationship sa pamilya na sobrang dumadami na at patas ng patas. Nagkaroon din po tayong chance na makasama ang mga celebrities at mga sikat na singer. Ayan. Po sa kanila ay naging katrabaho natin sa entertainment industry. Yan. Kailangan na rin natin buhayin, no? Namamatay ng entertainment industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is your speaker, Mr. Albert Einstein. Oh, ba't nasama si Albert Einstein dito? Siya ang isang scientist na maraming natuklasan tungkol sa relationship. At hindi lang paggawa ng atomic bomb yung kanya yung kanya na-discover, no? Siya yung tinuturing na pinaka genius sa kanyang generasyon at marami siyang mga findings na may kinalaman din sa relationship. At makikita niyo yan all throughout our session today. Now, let's start with history, religion, science, natural laws, man-made laws, philosophies of man. Ito po yung mga pinagdaanan ko pag-aaral na pinagsama-sama ko, pinagdugtong-dugtong ko upang maintindihan ko ang lahat ng ating mga pinapasok na problema o nararanasan problema sa ating buhay, sa ating society, at sa ating mundo o sa kabuuan. Iyan po ang ating mga pag-usapan, pagdudugtong-dugtungin at pagsasamasamahin natin sila para maintindihan natin sino ba talaga ang dapat masunod. Sa dami ng ating religions sa buong mundo, sa dami ng ating philosopher na naririnig din sa sabi ng magaganda, mahuhusay, at sa dami ng mga scientists na sinusubok ang sinasabi ng Biblia, tines ang lahat ng mga tao, lugar, at panahon doon, binalikan, binalidate, binackground check, ay natuklasan nilang lahat ng sinasabi sa Bible ay totoo. Wala na makatanggi. It's undisputed. But they cannot find the only place na sinasabi from the beginning, yung unang-unang lugar kung saan nabuo ang unang marriage, which is the Garden of Eden. They cannot find the Garden of Eden. Why? Mamaya maintindihan nyo kung bakit. Malalaman nyo kung bakit hindi nila makita-kita ang Garden of Eden. Malalaman nyo today yan. Because marriage is the very first institution na lumabas sa mundo. Nauna pa yung marriage before the church, before any government, before any Congress or Senate sa buong mundo. Unang-unang institusyon ay marriage. And you are creating an institution which is called marriage. Okay? So, before I move on, yung pre-marriage orientation sa mga city hall, unahin ko lang, ang marriage license po ninyo ay valid for 120 days under the family code. Nandun po yan sa family code, I think article 8 or 9. So, kailangan nyo makapagpakasal within 120 days. So, that is approximately 4 months. Or 4 months to be exact. Ang inyong pre-marriage certificate naman na matatanggap sa amin ay valid siya hanggang hindi kayo nag-apply ng marriage license. So, the moment na na-issue na kayo ng marriage license, expired na po yung counseling certificate na hawak ninyo na ibibigay namin sa inyo. Okay? What else? Alam niyo naman na siguro, very basic, na magpapakasal ka, kailangan 18 years old above. At kailangan male and female. No? Wala pa naman tayong same-sex marriage. So, kung ikaw ay 18 to 22 years old, subject ka to attending family planning seminar also, aside from this pre-marriage counseling. At baka paatinin din kayo ng responsible parenthood. Although meron tayong topic na responsible parenthood later on sa ating lecture today. Yung family planning is a separate course for 1 hour na with separate fee also. So, hindi ko siya expertise. My wife teaches that subject, family planning. Siya po yung authority to teach that subject. So, kung require kayo mag-family planning, you can just go back to us and set a private session for it Mondays to Fridays during business hours. Pag Sabado, by appointment kung available siya. At kayo din. So, it's the schedule being agreed upon. Okay? What else? License na nagkakasal. Kailangan ang magkakasal sa inyo ay mayroong lisensya issued by PSA. Ang tawag po doon ay krasam. Nagkakasal din po kami at kami lang po ang nagkakasal na pwedeng magmisa sa labas ng simbahan. Garden Catholic wedding. Kami lang po yun. Bakit pwede namin gawin yun? Because hindi po lahat ng pari ay Catholic, ay Roman Catholic. Meron pong Eastern Catholic at merong mga Orthodox Catholic. Ang Roman Catholic is the Western Church. So kung pag-aaralan niyo pabalik ang history, ang Roman Catholic po ay nahati, nagkaroon ng Eastern Catholic Church. At from there, from the Eastern Catholic Church, nagkaroon ng Orthodox, Armenian Church, Russian Orthodox, etc. Ako, napakahaba niya, napakarami niya. Sasakit ang ulo niyo pag pinag-aralan niyo ang kanilang history. Kung parehong Catholic ang magpapakasal, kailangan po ay pare ang nagkakasal sa inyo sa outside the church man niyang gawin para maging valid ito as required by the family code. Dahil pareho kayo ng pananalig ng paring nagkasal sa inyo. So hindi po issue sa family code kung saan kayo kinasal o kung sa loob kayo ng simbahan kinasal. Actually, hindi naman sinasaad din sa family code na kailangan stricto sa simbahan, sa loob ng simbahan na kayo ikasal. Wala pong ginawang batas na gano'n. Simbahan lang po ang nagsasabi nun na sa loob ng simbahan dapat pakasal. Simbahan lang po. Sa batas, hindi po yan dinikta ng ating kongreso. Kahit saan kayo magpakasal at kung anong klaseng kasal ang gusto nyo, ay pinaubaya po yan sa mag-asawa, sa couple. Bakit? Dahil sa separation of church and state nga hindi pwede pang himasukan ng gobyerno ang desisyon ng mag-asawa kung saan nila gustong magpakasal at kung paano nila gustong makasal. Hindi po yung pinanghimasukan ng batas dahil sa principle of separation of church and state. So dapat malinaw po sa inyo yan. What else? Ang kasal ninyo ay kailangan mairehistro sa City Hall sa loob lamang ng 15 days sa mga nag-apply ng marriage license. 15 days lang po ang pinapayagan na period para tanggapin ng City Hall ang inyong kasal. So, after 15 days, yan po ay magiging late registration na at hihingi na ng katakot-takot na papeles ang City Hall, kagaya ng salaysay ni pastor o ni father na totoong kinasal niya yun, o papanotaryo kayo, salaysay ng mga witnesses at totoong matin sila ng kasal at nakita na lang kinasal kayo, salaysay ni ganito, salaysay ni ganyan. Ang dami yung sasabit na salaysay. At kapag ginamit niyo yan sa abroad, papasukin ng pagdududa. Bakit late registration ng kasal ninyo? So kapag pumasok yung pagdududa sa may hawak ng marriage documents ninyo sa abroad, lalong-lalo na sa US, sa UK, o sa ibang bansa, pag nakita lang late registration yung inyong kasal, papasukan ng pagdududa. So, hihingi yan ng mga dagdag na ebidensya. Okay? Any questions so far? Any question?
None so far.
Malinaw po ang mga sinabi ko? Clear?
Yes po.
Apo.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So, pag ikaw naman ay, kayo naman dalawa ay exempted sa marriage license. Sino ba yung mga exempted sa marriage license? Ito po yung mga nagsasama na ng 5 years and above. So dapat pag nag-compute kayo, yung 5 years pabalik, hindi kayo magfo-fall doon sa edad na nangangailangan ng parents' consent. Kaya usually, para walang doubt, applicable yan sa mga edad 30 pataas. Dahil pag umatras 5 years, 25 years old, kayo ay nasa sapat na gulang na ayon sa family code upang magdesisyon sa inyong sariling buhay. Kaya wala na pong pagdududahan na mangyayari doon, pagdududa, dahil hindi na po kailangan ng parents' consent doon. Kaya yung 5 years na pagsasama para ma-exempt sa marriage license ay kinikilala po yan ng mga LGU, ng ating mga City Hall. Dahil nandun po yan sa Article 34 ng ating family code. Okay? Now, kapag Article 34 ang ginamit ninyo, exempted sa marriage license, meron kayong 30 days to register your marriage. 30 calendar days. Okay? Hindi pwedeng lumampas. Again, pag lumampas yan, ay pagdududahan na ang inyong papeles. Okay? At hihingan kayo ng mga karagdagang papeles na baka magpasakit ng inyong okay? So, yan po ang laman ng pre-marriage orientation. Basic needs, basic rules na kailangan nyo malaman. At sa birth certificate naman, ganoon din, may period din yan para i-rehistro ang birth certificate ng bata. 30 days. Yeah, I believe it's 30 days. So, kailangan ng hospital na marehistro yan within 30 days. Kaya nangungulit sa information yan eh. Kailangan bago manganak si Mrs., meron na kayong pangalan ng bata. No? Madalas nangyayari kasi pag nanganak yung asawang babae, wala pang pangalan in mind, naabot ng ilang araw bago magdesisyon. Kung ano ipapangalan sa bata. So pag-isipan nyo na kung lalabas naman sa uh, yung gender. Ano ba tawag doon sa test na yun? Para makita yung gender. Ultrasound. Ultrasound naman kayo ng maaga eh. Pag-isipan nyo na yung pangalan kung alam nyo na yung gender. Ha? Kaya ang pagpaplano ng pamilya ay talagang inuumpisahan yan sa talagang planning, no? Hindi yung assuming. Yan ang problema natin. Nag-aasawa na lang ang napakaraming Pilipino without planning. Only assuming. So, i-correct natin yung mentality na yan today. Sana huwag nyo na silang gayahin. Ha? Dahil puro problema ang binibigay ng isang desisyon na walang planning. Okay? That's why merong family planning na lesson din na re-require. At yung family planning na yan ay isang batas na kailangan din sundin. Aplikasyon natin yan sa estado na maglabas tayo ng functional na pamilya sa society. Maglabas tayo ng mga bata na functional sa society. That's our obligation under our constitution. So if you have any objection to that, magtaas lang po ng kamay. Okay po. Wala pong objection. Magbibilang po ako. Sa loob ng 3, 2, 1. Wala na po. Okay. Move on. Thank you. Sabi ni Albert Einstein, from time to time, mababasa niyo yung mga sinasabi ni Albert Einstein. So kung meron kayong doubt sa existence ng God, magre-refer tayo sa mga scientists, no? Kung meron kayong doubt sa truthfulness of the Bible, magkakaroon tayo ng mga philosophy ng mga matatalinong tao. Talagang pinag-isipan ang buhay. At itong mga philosophy na to, na mababasa nyo along the way, is magugulat kayo, they are all referring to the Bible. And I will prove that to you today. At yung question na may perfect marriage ba? Sasagutin ko yan sa inyo today. Na meron. Kaya kung nagdududa kayo kung may perfect marriage ba o until now, dududa kayo dyan. I will prove that to you today na meron. Baka hindi nyo lang nakikita. No? Kasi ang mga marriage na perfect na nakikita ko, na hinahanap ko, inimbestigahan ko, ay tahimik lang. No? Tahimik lang sila. Umiilaw lang yung kanilang pagsasama. Umiilaw sa ibang tao. Ang mga imperfect relationship or imperfect marriages, ito yung maiingay. No? Ito yung laging mareklamo. No? Ang daming nirereklamo sa mundo. Lalo na pag naging single mother na, ang ingay sa social media. No? Pinagmamalaki na niya yung kanyang kakayahan na maging single mom, na kaya natin to, anak. No? Ikaw ang aking inspirasyon, blah, blah, blah. Kaya, ang epekto niyan sa ating society, yung mga batang lumalaki sa single mom, ang epekto niyan, paglaki niyan, hindi niya alam kung paano maging tamang husband, kung paano maging tamang tatay. Bakit? Wala siyang model. Ang modelo niya, nanay niya. So, dyan pa lang may problema na tayo. Kapag ang bata, lumaki sa nanay, actually, sabi nga ni Dr. Miles Monroe, ang society natin, ang mga lalaki ay nabuhay sa woman cultured environment. sa eskwelahan, puro babae yung teacher natin. Tapos pag-uwi natin ng bahay, dahil naghiwalay si mommy and daddy, mommy ang ating guide. Oh, kung pag-aaralan nyo ang studies ni Eric Erikson, merong period lang sa bata na hinahanap yung nanay. Okay? 0 to 12 months, hinahanap niyan palagi nanay niya. 12 to, from 1 year to 3 years old, yan. Dahan-dahan, naghahanap ng tatay. Pagdating ng 3 to 6 years old, dahan-dahan yan. Gusto niya, tatay na yung hinahanap niya. 6 to 12 years old, by that period, sabi ni Eric Erikson, dapat nade-develop na sa bata kung sino siya, kung ano siya. At nade-develop lang yan kapag may buong nanay at tatay sa kanyang tabi na nag-guide all throughout his adulthood. Para pagtuntong niya ng teenage days, pagtuntong niya ng 12 to 18, hindi yan nag-i-experiment. Pag-aralan nyo, Eric Erikson, psychologist, one of the most cited psychologists pagdating sa child development. Kaya kung nasa isip nyo ngayon na pag hindi kayo nagkasundo later on, meron namang annulment, meron namang way to dissolve the marriage, magiging civil na lang kami sa isa't isa, magiging magkaibigan na lang kami, we will become better parents to them, pasilip-silip, padalaw-dalaw na lang. Hindi po yan ang solusyon. Na kahit ang siyensya o science ay nakita nila na hindi po yan effective because that is called experimentation. Okay? Kaya kung gusto nyong mabuhay ng normal, stress-free, it's possible. It's always possible. How? Pag-aaralan nyo lang yung mga pinag-aralan na ng mga naunang tao na matatalino. With the advent of technology, wala na tayong excuse today. Kaya pag hindi natin yung pinag-aralan, yung sinasabi ng mundo na okay to, kaya natin to, normal lang na mag-away kayo mag-asawa, normal lang na magkahiwalay kayo later on kapag kayo ay hindi na nagkakaintindihan, kailangan ng divorce ng bansang ito. That's why. Pag yan tinanggap ninyo, talagang it will happen to you. Because everything that happens to us starts from our mentality. Okay? Lahat po ng scientist na ni-research ko, philosopher na nabasa ko, maaring iba-iba ang sinasabi nila in some aspect, pero meron silang isang paniniwala na nagkakasundo sila. Alam niyo kung ano yun? Kung ano ang mentality mo, yun ang personality mo. Kung ano ang nabuong karakter sa'yo mula sa mga natututunan mo from your childhood hanggang sa maging 12 years old ka, hanggang maging 18 ka, yan ang iyong future. Yan ang iyong personality. Yan ang magiging future mo. Kaya nga, very crucial daw ang 6 to 12 years old sa bata. Na kapag mother and father nandun sa tabi niya, alam niya ang kanyang destiny. Hindi yan mag-experiment during teenage days, 12 to 18. Malalaman mo ang bata na hindi pa nakikita ang direksyon sa buhay kapag kung sino-sinong image yung nilalagay niya sa katawan niya. Image ng isang sikat na basketball player, image ng isang sikat na volleyball player, image ng sapatos na mamahalin, image ng iniidolo niya. They were trying to put someone's image to feel important. Bakit? Hindi nila makita kung sino sila eh. Kaya wala silang recognition na makuha from other people. Bakit? Hindi nila makita yung uniqueness nila as a child. Nagjo-join sa mga fraternity, sumasali sa kung ano-anong club para lang i-boost yung kanyang confidence. para kumuha ng lakas ng loob sa ibang tao. Bakit? Hindi siya binigyan ng lakas ng loob ng kanyang magulang eh. Kaya pag-aralan niyo yung buhay ng mga batang nawawalan ng landas o naliligaw ng landas. Galing yan sa magulang na busy, puro work lang ang iniisip, puro work ang priority. I'm doing this for my family, kaya nag-iipon ako. Laging overtime, hindi na magkausap mag-asawa. O ano effect niya sa mga bata? Wala sila makuha ang guidance. Ang nagbibigay ng guidance sa kanila, yung mga TV, telenovela. Kung ano yung nakikita nila sa screen, ina-absorb nila to be the normal thing. Okay? Huwag kayo magpaka-busy. Kaya kung ang mentality ninyo na marriage is just about sex, forming a family, working hard just to pay the bills, maintain the quality of life, yung standards ninyo, hindi po yan ang dapat ninyong mentality. Because you are running after things. So if you are prioritizing things, yung mga bagay na yan, the marriage institution is already in danger. Kapag yan ang naging mentality ninyo sa pagpasok nyo sa marriage, it's already in danger. Bakit? Yung priority nyo to run after those things. Ano yun? Have a good life, have big savings, have car, no? Bakit? Para makita ng ibang tao kung gano'n na tayo kaunlad. That's our problem. If we are trying to seek the approval of others just to feel important, then the marriage is in trouble. Okay? Because from the very beginning, yung dalawang tao na yan na nag-desisyon magsama, hindi pa kumpleto. May proseso po na pinagdadaanan bago bumuo ng institusyon. Kaya kung hindi nyo pa pinagdadaanan yung proseso na yan, which I will discuss later, malalaman nyo na yung marriage na binubuo nyo ngayon ay nakikita nyo kagad yung problema. Kaya sabi ko sa inyo, ito yung mga bagay na hindi tinuturo, hindi na ituturo for some reason. Hindi nila nakikita yung magiging problems in the future. Ang paniniwala ng bawat taga-asawa, sa lahat ng mga kinounseling ko, every time I will pose the question, does love conquers all? Sumasagot sila ng yes. Love conquers all. Tingnan ko nga, tanungin ko nga kayo ngayon. Tanungin ko nga, love conquers all? Isa-isahin ko kayo. Jermaine Tuason? Answer. Yes or no? Miss Jermaine?
Yes po.
Love conquers all. Yes, ang sagot. Bibilangin natin yung sagot nyo. Ronald Arthur?
It depends.
Oh, it depends. Oh, may kondisyon, ha? Marimar? Miss Marimar?
Yes po.
So, parang ibig sabihin nito, pag sumagot kayo ng yes, dahil mahal nyo isa't isa, kakayanin nyo lahat ng problema.
Yes po.
Parang gano'n, di ba? Mr. Ed Mamerto,
Yes po.
love conquers all. Okay? Ilan na yung sumagot ng yes? Parang isa pa lang yung sumagot ng depends, ha? Depends. Tingnan natin si Ma'am April. Ma'am April? Nandiyan ka ba, Ma'am April? Kaya malalaman ko kung wala kayo dyan. Oh, by the way, habang iniintay natin si Ma'am April, Pakipalitan nga yung mga names to your names para hindi ko kayo mapaghalo-halo, pagpalit-palit. Let's say Adam and Eve, Samson and Delilah, Joseph and Mary. Paki-rename po ang inyong mga account kahit na magkaiwalay kayo ng video. Ma'am April, what's your answer? Ma'am, hindi ka namin naririnig. Sino po ang fiancé ni Miss April? Ayan, yan. Ma'am, go ahead.
Yes.
Love conquers all.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Ma'am, sino fiancé mo? Miss April?
Si Ramos po.
Ramos, si Private Ramos ba ito? Private? Kanina to private eh. Ikaw ba yun, sir? Okay. Ano sagot mo, sir? Love conquers all?
Yes, sir.
Yes din. By the power of love alone, no? Everything is solvable. Okay. Yan ang sagot niyo ngayon. Si Ma'am Amelia.
Yes po.
Yes din. Ma'am Amelia, sinong fiancé mo?
Standard po.
Paki-rename po yung account ninyong dalawa. Kahit separate videos kayo. Sir
Sabi po,
Sander.
sir.
Yeah. Sir Sander. Love conquers all then?
Yes po, sir.
Oh, talaga. Very confident, ha? Yes po, sir. Sir David, hindi ko pa natanong. David and Marimar. Sir David?
Yes po, sir.
Love conquers all. Ma'am Michelle, natanong na ba kita?
Not yet, sir.
Ano sagot mo, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes din. Naku, walang sumasagot ng no, ha? Naku,
Yes, sir.
walang gustong humabol na sumagot ng no, it's not enough. wala gustong humabol o magbago isip. Ha?
Sir will say no.
Ano po?
We are for no.
Okay, no kayo, no. Sino yun?
Yeah.
Ma'am Michelle?
Mary and
Okay.
Josh.
Mary and Josh. Okay, Mary and Josh. Pareho kayo no? Both of you?
Yes.
Okay,
Both no.
okay. Ayos siya. At least iisa yung sagot ninyo. Problema yan kung magkaiba kayo ng sagot. Okay, so today I will also prove to you that love is not enough. Love is not enough to conquer everything. Kaya exciting itong ating lesson today. Ay, naku, tumutok lang kayo. So, Albert Einstein said, don't listen to the person who has the answers. Listen to the person who has the questions. Hindi ako tumigil sa pagko-question. Because yung opisina namin, law office, I'm the head, lawyers work for me. So dumadaan sa akin yung mga annulment cases, mga divorce cases from abroad. Napapasa ko yung mga history nila. Kasi required eh. Hindi pwede pupunta ka lang sa korte para sabihin mo lang sa judge na, Judge, hindi na namin mahal ang isa't isa, ayaw na namin. So ipag walang bisa nyo na ikasal namin. Hindi ganun kadali yun. Mag-uusisa yung judge and you have to convince the judge na bakit niyo gustong ipawalang bisa yung marriage, ito ay institusyon na walang atrasan. Ito ay institusyon na walang talikuran. Narinig nyo na yun sa matatanda, di ba? Because isang beses ka lang naman pwedeng mag-asawa talaga eh. Not twice. Isang beses lang. At today, malalaman nyo rin na ang design ng buhay natin is only for one. One. Lahat yan. Iisa-isay ko sa inyo later on. Now, sa dami ng mga philosopher o philosophy na nababasa natin, natututunan natin, may sariling philosophy si Buddha, may sariling philosophy si Confucius, may sariling philosophy ang Western tsaka Eastern. So pagka niresearch niya, Western philosophy and Eastern philosophy, marami sa kanila ang nagmamatch. Meron din namang hindi. Okay? Siyempre, malilito ka rin. Sino sa kanila ang sasabi na totoo? Tapos, here's science telling us na na tayo daw ay galing sa tadpole na naging salamander na dumikit sa bato na napakatagal at naging fossil hanggang sa maging unggoy. No? Maraming ginawa ang Western para iligaw ang tao sa katotohanan. No? Kaya nung magkaanak ako nantay kong maging monkey. Bakit nung anak ko hindi nagiging monkey? Sabi ng science, galing daw tayo sa monkey. Diba hindi naman nagkaroon ng balahibo? So it only means na hindi totoo yung sinasabi na yan ng evolution. Okay? Kaya para hindi tayo manghula, para hindi tayo malito, magkaroon tayo ng peace of mind. Hanapin natin yung totoo. Hanapin natin yung truth. Okay? Ang truth means original information. Hinahanap ko rin sa dictionary kung anong meaning ng truth. Pero hindi ito yung definition na nakalagay. I learned this from another person na talaga pinag-isipan, pinag-aralan ang meaning ng truth. Ito pala ay original information. Kung saan nagsimula, nanggaling ang isang bagay, nandun ang truth. For example, may problema sa office ninyo. Di ba pag nagkaroon ng stress, no? Yung problema na yan sa organisasyon. Di ba umaatras kayo pabalik? Sino ba nag-request nito? Kanino ba nagsimula ito? Di ba from that point, hinahanap ninyo ang source. Saan nagsimula yung problema? At kapag tao, yung source, inaalam ninyo. Ano yung nasa isip mo nung ginawa mo to? Yun ang hinahanap ng korte. Di ba pag sumalang ka sa korte, do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the whole truth? Di ba? May karugtong pa nga yan eh. So help you God. Inalis nila yung so help you God. May Bible pa yan sa korte. Dapat napatong sa kamay mo yan. Umatin ka ng court hearing ngayon, inalis nila yan. Wala na yung swear. Swear to tell the truth under the Bible book yung kamay. Wala na yung ewan ko kung sa pagsumpa ng presidente, hindi ko napansin kung nandun pa rin eh. Di ba? Dapat nandun yun. So, bakit hinahanap ng korte yung truth? Do you swear to tell the truth? Hinahanap ng korte. Saan makikita yung truth? Nandoon sa utak ng taong gumawa ng krimen. Tapos binavalidate ng mga testigo. So, that's the original information. Yung source ng pangyayari. Kaya, you want to understand marriage? Balik tayo pa atras. Saan? Sa lugar kung saan naganap ang unang marriage. Saan yun? Sa Garden of Eden. Marami na akong pina-research na couples sa kanilang homework. Ano ang pinakaunang institusyon sa buong mundo? The only oldest answer that we usually get is yung Mesopotamia na kasal na unang naganap daw sa Mesopotamia. Alam niyo po kung ano yung Mesopotamia ngayon? Sino nakakaalam? Can you tell me?
Iraq.
Iraq. Uy, very good. That's Iraq now. Yung Mesopotamia na yan is being described in the Bible kung saan doon daw ang Garden of Eden. Because sa Genesis chapter 1, nakalagay yung description ng Tigris River, Euphrates River, and the two other rivers. So they are assuming na ang Garden of Eden ay nandiyan sa area na yan, sa Mesopotamia. Oo. So, hindi lang nila makita yung exact spot. Bakit? Maintindihan niyan today. Pag pinakita ko sa inyo yung verse na yan. So, para ma-avoid ang misinformation, para ma-avoid ang miscommunication, para ma-avoid ang misjudgment, hinahanap po ang katotohanan. Nandoon po yung katotohanan. So the moment you learn the truth, ay ba, hindi ka na manghuhula ng judgment mo. Hindi ka na magpapasa ng maling information to anyone. Because you are holding now the truth. And you finally understand kung bakit kayo nag-aaway, mag-asawa. You will finally understand bakit stress-free ang inyong pagsasama. Or very stressful ang inyong pagsasama. Maintindihan nyo na. Okay? Because yung pagsunod sa principles ng pag-aasawa, meron laging kakambal yan na benefits. Di ba sa ating bansa, kapag sumusunod tayo lagi sa batas, merong benefits yan. Yung pagsunod pa lang sa traffic light, may benefits yan. Ano yan? Peace of mind. Hindi ka natatakot na baka hinahabol ka ng highway patrol group dahil sa pag-overspeeding mo. Di ba? O, peace of mind ang binibigay ng pagsunod sa batas. Hindi ka natatakot na baka tikitan ka dahil nilampasan mo yung red light. Hindi ka lilingon-lingon. Di ba? Peace of mind. Stress-free ang pagsunod sa batas. Yan po ang effect dapat sa buhay natin. Na kapag sinunod natin ang principles ng pagsasama, ng relationship, stress-free talaga ang buhay. Kaya malalaman nyo later on ang tunay na kahulugan ng perfect. So the truth will set us free from all the confusions that our society is teaching. Kasi hindi naman nangangahulugan na porke marami ang gumagawa ay tama siya. Hindi naman po ibig sabihin na ginagawa ito ng marami ay siyang tama. Huwag po natin gawing batayan ito na maging guiding principle din natin sa personal nating buhay. O kasi ginagawa ni ganito eh. Ginagawa na siya ng karamihan, kaya gawin na rin natin. Naku, huwag nyo po gawing batayan sa inyong mga desisyon sa buhay. Because it can either destroy your life or pasakitin ang ulo mo. Okay? Kaya this lecture will also help you understand na ang buhay natin ay isa lamang. Oo, kaya ngayon pa lang, gusto ko nang mabago ang mentality ninyo na walang second chances. Okay? Sabi ni Confucius, alam niyo kung ano sabi niya? Dalawa daw ang buhay natin. Ang first, yung araw na pinanganak tayo. Yung pangalawang buhay daw natin ay yung araw na ma-realize natin na isa lang pala ang buhay natin. That is the words of Confucius. I-research nyo. Yun pala ang ibig niya sabihin. No? Ang galing. We have only 2 lives. The first one is on the day we were born. And the second one is on the day that we realize that we only have 1 life. Okay? Kaya, you need a good teacher to have the good experience. Huwag niyong isa puso, isa buhay, yung kasabihan na experience is the best teacher. Na kahit si Buddha, nakita ko, nabasa ko, sabi niya, magiging best teacher mo, ang experience mo, kung naintindihan mo from the start kung ano yung experience na pagdadaanan. Kagaya na itong ginagawa natin ngayon. Baligtad ang interpretation ni Buddha sa experience is the best teacher. You have to learn it first by analysis. Then pag in-apply mo na, yung experience mo na yon, yung teacher mo, yun yung magiging best teacher mo. Because na-validate ng knowledge at application yung experience mo. Kaya huwag mong lalampasan yung knowledge. Okay? Because pag wala kang knowledge, yung application mo saan galing? Sa society, sa mundo, sa kapitbahay, sa news, sa TV. You are experimenting. Kapag yung application mo galing sa iba't ibang sources. Unlike kung galing sa tamang source, yung knowledge mo, then in-apply mo, you will have the good experience. Okay? I hope I'm making sense to all of you. Ha? Konting ano naman, konting sound naman dyan sa inyo. Hello? Nandiyan po
Yes,
ba kayo?
sir.
Okay. Are you learning so far? Are you learning?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Opo.
Thank you. Thank
Yes.
you. Thank you. So, kung sino man ang gusto mag-object, ha, taas lang ng kamay, ha? So, ito ang ating kabuuan. Nakakaisang oras na tayo. Ito ang ating kabuuan ng pag-uusapan. Right knowledge is the step 1. The right understanding is the step 2. Plus the right decision, step 3. And you will have the right kind of life that you both desire. Wala pa ako nakita mag-asawa na ang gusto nila ay simpleng buhay lang. No? Some of you are getting married because of expectations na lalago ang buhay pag nag-asawa. Lalago naman talaga. Pero yung iba hindi. What's wrong? What's the difference? Bakit hindi lumalago ang buhay at nauuwi sa hiwalayan? Alamin natin ngayon kung bakit. Okay? Kasi malaki ang kinalaman ng tamang turo para maintindihan natin kung paano ma-enjoy yung magandang buhay na inaasam natin. Lahat yan. Yan ang nakatanim sa ating puso. Yan ang nakatanim sa ating pagkatao to have a good life. To see our family na nasa loob ng isang mansyon, maraming kotse, may malaking negosyo, kagaya ng mga nakikita natin sa ibang pamilya din na nakatira sa malalaking subdivision. Maka-travel sa iba-ibang bansa kasama mga anak. None of us are dreaming of a bad life. Wala, never yan. Yan ang naka-template sa ating pagkatao to have a good life. Now, the question is, bakit mayroong hindi nakakamit ang good life na yan? Pero meron namang nakakamit ang good life. What's their difference? So today you will learn ano ang difference nilang dalawa. Okay? Principles as our priority, as our foundation. How do you define principle? Mary and Josh, do you know the meaning of principle?
Asking the meaning of what po?
Principles.
I associate principles with morals. I think it's a
Morals.
foundation.
Okay.
About the judge.
Si Josh, baka may iba siyang
Bakit?
understanding sa principles.
What's your understanding of principles?
Yeah, structure, foundation.
Foreigner ba si Josh?
Yeah, he is.
Is he from US?
Yeah.
US.
Yes. I hope you can understand some of my Tagalog words, Josh.
I did. Your presentation's in English. I get it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. How about Ronald Arthur? Ronald, sinong fiancé mo? Can you rename your account?
Michelle Mata.
Michelle. Okay, rename mo ang account mo para hindi kayo magkapalit-palit. What's your understanding about principles?
Belief.
Belief,
Personal belief.
paniniwala. Yeah, paniniwala, belief. Okay. David and Marimar. Thank you, Ronald.
Yes po, sir.
What's your understanding about the word principle?
For me po yung principle po is my
My what is
truth,
that?
my truth, my values.
My truth, my values. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. How about si Edgar? Jermaine muna. Jermaine and Ed.
Belief, yung
It's the same po sa iba. Like, it's yung belief, yung thought.
Belief, paniniwala. Okay, okay. How about Ramos and April?
Same din po, paniniwala.
Paniniwala. Okay. Amelia and Sander.
Yes po. So it's a fundamental truth that serves as the foundation for a system of belief din po.
System of belief. Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. Sandy rin ng media, natanong ko na, no? Yeah, okay. Thank you for your answers. Today, I will show you the true meaning of principles in the later slides. But this lecture, ito yung isa-isahin natin para mas maintindihan ninyo ang ating pag-asawa, maging ang kabuuan ng ating buhay the moment we finally live together as a husband and wife. Next is the true marriage and family design, and the husband's true role to the wife and the family. The wife's true role to the husband. Ano ba yung totoong role ng wife sa husband? Para hindi lang yung nakikita natin ang nagiging belief natin na yung wife katulong ng husband sa pag-raise din ng money for the family. Yung wife pwedeng maging taga-timpla ng kape ni husband, taga-silbi, etc. Today, your mentality will be changed as to the exact true role of the wife to the husband. Family economics, preserving your family. How do you preserve your family when there's pandemic, there's economic crisis? Because maapektuhan ang pamilya, syempre. Sa mga factors na nasa labas ng bahay ninyo na hindi nyo control. Like pagtaas ng bilihin. Like when you are terminated from your job. When your business is falling. Maapektuhan ang inyong family. Of course, dahil sa mga needs na kailangan i-supply on a daily basis. How do you handle that when that time comes? Okay? What else? Parenting principles, the first law of parenting. You will also learn that later on. And the happily ever after life that you both desire. I know that's what in your hearts, all of you, to live happily ever after. But let us know why it's not happening to anybody. Or why it's not happening to some people, lalo na educated. I have seen a lot of people in the government na may matataas na pinag-aralan, matataas na posisyon sa gobyerno, and yet when you ask about their family, especially some judges and some justices in the court, when you check their family background, meron silang malungkot na family background. Meron silang separated na parents, separated na mga anak, no? It's very hard. Kaya lang, pag sila kasi ang involved, they have to be silent about it. Because, lalo na pag nakapwesto ka, ikaw ay isang miyembro ng executive or judiciary, you have to maintain, as public servant, you have to maintain your status as buong pamilya, kumpleto ang anak, wala naliligaw na landas, no? Yung mga status na ganyan, ay kailangan i-maintain ng isang public official because people look up to them. We look up to them as a model. Okay? So, before everything else, let's agree on this. Everything, big or small, on this earth, in our nation, in our community, that comes in our lives, has a purpose. Naniniwala po ba kayo doon? Lahat ng bagay, maliit o malaki, na dumating sa buhay natin, sa ating bansa, sa ating paligid, ay may purpose? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you for that. Walang no answer. I'll move on to the next slide. Do you also believe that every successful thing on earth, maliit na bagay o malaki, sa ating bansa, in our community, that comes to our lives, ay dumating sa proseso, dumaan sa tamang proseso? Lahat ng successful na bagay na nahahawakan natin, gamit man yan or appliances or degree na hawak natin or sasakyan na nabili natin. Successful career, successful house, successful marriage, successful car or mansion, bago nyo nakuha yan, dumaan po kayo sa tamang proseso. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Definitely.
Yes.
Yes
Okay,
po.
kung walang no
Opo.
answer, thank you. I'll move on to the next slide. Kung walang no answer. Do you also believe that we are designed only as one unique human being? Na pag tumingin ka sa salamin, hindi talaga pantay yung ating mata. Bawat parts ng ating katawan is unique. One eye, unique. One ear, unique. Oh, thumbprint. How many people na ngayon sa Earth? I think 8 billion. Wala nagkakapareho. Thumbprint. One eye is different to other ears. Yung arms, legs, thumbprints natin, walang nagkakapareho. Unique ang bawat human being. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes. Thank you. At least nagkakasundo tayo dyan. If there's no answer, here's the next question. Do you also believe that every stable and functional institution or structure that stands on earth is held by a strong foundation? Meaning, bawat institusyon na tumatayo ay mayroong humahawak na pundasyon yan sa ilalim. Yes or no?
True.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Foundation ang tawag yan. Alam niyo ba na pati ang marriage ninyo ay institusyon na sinabi ko kanina at yan ay dapat may matibay na foundation sa ilalim? Yes or no?
I agree.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. So walang no answer. Last question. Do you also believe that every product released on earth, man-made or naturally made, the success of the product for it to function well is built in? Halimbawa, bumili ka ng cellphone, naka-built-in na yung success ng produkto na yan. Na nandyan sa loob, yung sinasabi niyang features. You can use this for 2 hours talk time. You can charge this for 3 hours continuously. You can watch video for 2 hours and 3 hours, etc. Naka-built-in yung success ng produkto according to specifications na binigay nila. Built-in ang tawag doon, yung capacity. Para ba, bumili ka ng TV, mapapanood mo ang YouTube dito sa TV na to, mapapanood mo ang Netflix, etc., etc. Naka-built-in yung capacity for you to enjoy that specifications. Di ba? Man-made products yan. How about natural made products? Yung hindi gawa ng tao, yung hindi natin invento. Birds. Ang kakayahan ng birds para lumipad ay naka-built-in sa kanya. Ang mga aso, the dogs, ang kakayahan nilang tumahol, no? ay naka-built-in sa kanila. And all the rest of the animals, mga hindi natin gawa, hindi invention ng tao. The fish or the fishes in the ocean, ang kakayahan nilang lumangoy ay built-in sa kanilang system. Lahat po ng produkto na yan, man-made or naturally made, the success of the product para mag-function well yan ay built-in. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Ayun. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Now, sabi ni Albert Einstein, hindi na ito bago. Kailangan na natin matutunan yung mga nangyari noon. Yung mga nauna nag-asawa before, naranasan din nila ang marital problems. Pag nahihirapan na silang i-provide yung i-sustain yung needs ng family, no? Napag-aralan na nila yan. 2023 years ago, may mga nauna ng tao na nag-isip, nag-analyze, nagtanong why it is happening, why maraming nagkakahiwalay, why we have very high crime statistics in our society, why we have poverty problem, why we have all these community problems. Pinag-aralan na nila yan. Kaya let's learn from them and let's hope for tomorrow. Hindi tayo dapat titigil sa pagtatanong. Alam niyo ba kung sino ang unang nag-imbento ng philosophy ng pagtatanong? It's Socrates. So pag nagtatanong ang isang tao, he is actually doing the Socratic method. Because Socrates' philosophy, sabi niya, ang tanging nalalaman ko lang ay zero. Siya yung nagturo ng philosophy na ganyan, na para maintindihan mo daw yung mga bagay na darating sa harapan mo, ay kailangan tanggapin mong ikaw ay walang alam. Siguro nabasa ni Albert Einstein yan, yung sinabi ni Socrates. At yun din ang ginawa ko na very effective. Mas naintindihan ko yung sagot sa mga tanong kung bakit marami ang problema sa Pilipinas na hindi natatapos-tapos. Bakit hanggang ngayon issue ang poverty? Bakit hanggang ngayon hirap na hirap tayong umunlad? Bakit ngayon lang tayo naghahabol sa mga skyway, sa mga infrastructure? Because bawat taga-asawa na hindi matibay ang foundation, yung problema nila ay lumalabas sa society. Nalilipat sa gobyerno ang problema. Kasi yung bawat nag-aasawa, napag-aralan na ito ng mga behavioral scientists, na 99% of our social ills emanated from the family. Galing lahat yan sa pamilya. Now, ang ating gobyerno, dahil sa awa, ay para ma-address yung poverty problem, namimigay ng pera sa mga ayaw magtrabaho. At kanino kinukuha yung perang binibigay nila sa mga ayaw magtrabaho? Eh di doon sa mga nagtatrabaho, gaya natin, na sinisingil ng tax lagi at sinisingil ng mataas na pasahe sa LRT, singil ng mataas na pasahe sa mga bus. Sa atin lahat kinukuha yan. Okay? Kaya the more problems we have in the society, the more problems bounce back to us in every respect, in every family. Kahit na yung matinong pamilya ay naapektuhan in the form of high cost of commodities. Naapektuhan din tayo. Di ba? Kaya kailangan matutunan natin today yung paano ayusin, kayong dalawa pa lang, para hindi kayo ma-disappoint later on. No? Kasi umaasa kayo na yung pakakasalan mo, lalo na yung mga lalaki, umaasa sila na yung mga babaeng pakakasalan nila ngayon ay hindi magbabago. Ito naman mga kababaihan, umaasa sila na yung lalaking pakakasalan nila ngayon ay magbabago. No? Kapag pinakasalan ko na to, baka magbago na. Baka hindi na siya maging lasenggo pagkasal na kami. Baka hindi na siya maging babaero pagkasal na kami. Invariably, they are both disappointed. Oo. Kasi nga, akala natin yung marriage, the moment na nagsumpaan tayo sa altar, nagkakaroon ng magic, no? Sa altar, na habang nagsusumpaan kayo, God is watching, and a miracle will happen, na yung pinakakasalan mo, merong bilog sa ulo, kayong dalawa, may bilog sa ulo, at mabibless yung marriage ninyo. That's our expectations. Saan galing expectations na yun? Eh dahil na rin sa turo. Turo saan? Mamaya maintindihan nyo kung saan galing yung turo na yan. At malaki rin ang kinalaman ng religion dyan sa turo na yan. Na kinalakihan ko yung turo na tuwing magsisimba ako, maririnig ko at the end of the line, humayo kayo at magpakarami. So, pag lagi mo yung maririnig as a child, siyempre, papasok, i-absorb ng subconscious mind mo. And that will come, yung subconscious mind mo, dyan kukunin yung mga decision mo later on. Mag-aasawa ako because kalooban ni Lord ang aking pag-aasawa. At mabibless ni Lord ang aking pag-aasawa, pagpapamilya, kahit na dumami ang anak ko. Doon tayo nagkakaroon ng problem sa expectations na yan. Yung sa mentality na yan. Oo, naakala natin, pagpasok sa marriage, uy, titino na itong mapapangasawa ko. Uy, magiging masipag na siya pag nag-asawa kami. Kaya nga, tinawag ng mga matatanda na love is blind because hindi natin iniintindi yung mga warning signs bago mag-asawa. Hindi natin pinapansin yung mga warning signs na nakikita na natin and yet, tinutuloy pa rin natin yung kasal. Anong warning signs yun? Bigyan ko kayo sample. Merong lumapit sa amin, nagpa-counseling na babae na 4 years old pa lang yung kanilang anak. Nagkaasawa siya ng isang Indian national dito sa Philippines. At nahuli niyang ng babae. Last week lang, sabi niya. This is common, no? Yung story yung bibigay ko sa inyo, this is common. This is happening to everybody. So, kailan siya unang nagtaksil? Sabi niya, bago doon sila ikasal. So, umatras pa ako pabalik because I want to know the truth. Atras pa ako. Ano ang nakita mo sa kanya? Para magdesisyon kang pakasalan siya. Okay naman siya, mabait naman siya. O, tingnan nyo, couples yung isang requirement niya, bait. Baka isa din niya sa requirement niyo, mabait siya. Mahal ko siya, ayan, love. Yung sinagot nyo kanina, love conquers all. Tingnan natin kung sapat na ba yan. Love ko siya, mabait siya, at mukhang, ang sabi ng babae, kinausap niya kasi, nasa edad na tayo, 34 years old na ako, gusto ko na mag-settle down, gusto ko na magpamilya, okay ka ba doon? Sinanong niya yung lalaking gano'n. Kasi, nagtaksil na siya, si Indian, nagtaksil na, before pa sila dumating sa point na yun, of realization. Pinatawad na lang niya. So, in other words, inalok mo siyang magpakasal. Girl, yes. Tapos ang sagot daw ni husband, okay, sige, I will tell my parents about it. May malaking negosyo yung Indian eh. Malaking negosyo na parents niya yung nagpapatakbo. So they have big connection sa business industry. So may pera. So now nakasal na sila, nagtaksil na naman. Umulit. So sabi ko sa kanya, diyan nagsimula ang problema mo. Saan po? No, inalok mo siyang magpakasal because akala mo time to settle down na. Yung inalok mo magpakasal ay hindi pa tapos sa pagpapaligaya sa kanyang sarili. Hindi pa tapos sa pag-i-enjoy ng kanyang single days. Kaya umulit siya ngayon nung masira yung expectations niya sa'yo. Bakit? Mukhang hindi pa siya tapos sa pagpapaligaya sa sarili niya. That's why hinahanap niya yung pagpapasaya sa sarili niya na hindi niya makita sa'yo, hinahanap niya sa labas. Outside. That's where your problem started. So now, ang susunod niyang problema, gustong kunin yung bata sa kanya at baka makuha dahil may pera sila. So ngayon, yan ang situation niya. And isa lang yan sa napakaraming similar situation. So anong ibibigay sa inyo sa ganyang sitwasyon? Natural, stress. May stress ka. Ilalayo sa iyo anak mo, may stress ka. Wala ka ng husband, may stress ka. Bakit? Kasi kulang sa preparation before entering into the marriage institution. Kasi ang daming disappointments. Kasi inakala natin na may milagrong mangyayari sa oras na nagpipirmahan ng marriage contract. Akala lang natin yun. Oh. Kaya nakita na nila yan before pa. The only difference now is the technology. Dahil nga sa technology, natututunan natin, mabilis tayo nakakakuha ng information. Kaya wala tayong excuse today to learn all these things. Okay? Time check is 3:29. Are you learning so far?
Yes po.
Yes, sir.
Okay, break time tayo. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Shower. Shower.
Okay,
CR
sir.
break.
Yes.
CR break or meal break, konti. 5 minutes, ha? Sige, I'll see you in 5 minutes. 3, 4, 3:35. 3:35. See you. Hello, good afternoon again. I'm back.
Hi, sir.
Ayan, nandiyan na po lahat. Lahat po nandiyan na.
Yes po.
Okay, thank you. Now, nagkwento ako sa inyo kanina. I told you a story about the woman who approached us for counseling for her marital problem. It's just one of the many marriages that fail because of high expectation, very high expectation na because of lack of knowledge about how to really choose the right person, nagiging expectations yung ating kapalit ng knowledge na dapat nating maging guide sa pagdi-decide. Kaya nga, sooner or later, pag nakita ng government itong ating module, it will not only, pag naituro ito sa lahat ng City Hall, yung ganitong klase ng turo, it will not just give licenses to everybody, no? Kasi alam nyo, ang batayan lang ng City Hall ngayon, ng gobyerno sa bumibigay ng marriage license, alam nyo kung anong batayan lang? Tamang edad, male and female. When you have that qualification, attend kayo seminar, attend kayo family planning, attend kayo responsible parenthood, happy na sila doon. Happy na LGU. Pero hindi ako naging happy kasi nakakatanggap ako ng messages, inquiries about how to dissolve their marriages, about how to nullify the marriage. And I've been getting that inquiries for the last 20 years. Kasi inumpisahan namin itong business na ito more than 20 years ago na eh. But I started on my own personally in 1990. Nakaka-experience na ako ng marriage ceremonies since 1990. Dinadala ko mismo sa City Hall at nakikita ko sila, may iyakan pa, may sumpaan, they were very touched. I promise to love you forever and ever. Only to discover later na na hindi mo na makikita na lalambingan, no? Yung iyak nila ay napalitan na ng sigawan, bangayan, no? ng sumbatan. Ikaw kasi, kung di mo ako niloko. Ikaw kasi, kung hindi ka nagdesisyon mag-isa. No? Nauuwi sa sumbatan ang sumpaan. Okay? From sumpaan to sumbatan. So, if you are not taught the right information about marriage, talagang you will be a candidate. Just like that. And the trending in this country now, under the per the records of the Solicitor General, the state attorney, for the last 10 years, the average is 10,000. So this is before the pandemic. 2018 hanggang present, wala pang lumabas sa survey, but I'm sure marami yan. Lalo na ng pandemic, for 2 years period, ang daming family ang nasira. Hindi lang yan nabibilang pa masyado. Pero if you remember all the news article na lumalabas during pandemic, na mayroon pa talagang nagpapatayan, or the husband nagbibigti because wala na ma-provide sa pamilya, ang susunod na pinapatay niya yung mahal sa buhay. That's very sad, very tragic. Hindi dapat mapunta sa ganun ang isang pamilya kung natuturuan lang ng tama. Kasi nga, when you absorb the right information, alam nyo ba yung katawan natin design lang to absorb right information? Na pag niyan napasukan ng wrong information, we will live our life a lie all throughout. Sa Tagalog, kung napasukan tayo ng maling turo, we will live a lie. Yung buong kabuuan ng buhay natin, puro wrong decision. Kasi mali yung information na nakuha natin o tinuro sa atin. Kagaya niya, yung example ko kanina, humayo kayo magpakarami. It does not mean that you have to make a baby all the time and that is the will of God. Think about it. Pag pinadami mong anak mo because you believe it's God's instructions, then someday nawalan ka ng trabaho. Hindi ka na makapag-provide. At dahil madami ng anak ninyo, hindi mo na pinagtrabaho si Mrs. Pinag-alaga mo na lang siya ng mga bata. And then suddenly, bigla ka tinanggal sa trabaho. Siyempre, na-stress na kayo. Wala na pang bayad sa bills. Natatakot kayong tumira sa kali. Oh. Sinong babalikan mo? Di ba si Lord? Lord, kala ko ba kalooban mo to na magparami kami ng anak. Pero bakit nahihirapan ako ngayon? Ba't hindi ko na sila mapakain? Ba't tinanggal ako sa trabaho? Alam mo namang ito lang trabaho ko na to, ang nagpapakain sa kanila. Bakit ganon, Lord? Kaya until such time, darating yung moment na parang ayaw mo na maniwala sa Diyos. Because naturuan ka ng mali eh. Okay? Kaya umasa ka. Nag-expect ka na ganon. Kaya ang effect niyan sa inyo, lagi na lang kayo magsusumbatan. Bakit kayo magsusumbatan? Ano mga sumbat na pwede lumabas? Ikaw kasi, kung di mo ako binuntis, dadalhin ako ng daddy ko sa US. Ikaw kasi, kung di mo ako binuntis, sana doktor na ako ngayon. Oh. Ikaw kasi, kung hindi mo ako nilasing, oh. Hindi ka mabubuntis, kung di mo ako nilasing. Magbabalikan sila pa atras to where it all started. Okay? Kaya ngayon pala pag-isipan nyo na. Pag-isipan, step 1. Step 2, pag-usapan. Ano yung mga bagay na pwede nyong isumbat sa isa't isa balang araw? And it's already there. Alam nyo yan. Kaya nga magiging sumbat siyang balang araw because it is there from the beginning. Lalabas na lang bigla sa subconscious mind ninyo, maaalala ninyo. Kasi kung hindi ito ganito, baka iba yung buhay ko ngayon. Baka ang ganda ng buhay ko sa Amerika. Baka ang ganda ng buhay ko sa Europa. Kung hindi mo ko binuntis. Mga sumbat yan na nandyan sa subconscious mind ninyo at lumabas because na-trigger. Okay? Na-trigger. So that's the trending. At ito pa, part of the study of Rappler, made by Rappler, majority of the petitioners in filing the annulment of marriages is the female or the female ones. The wives ang nagpa-file ng annulment. Sila lagi. Sila lagi. At hindi siguro ako magtataka kung bakit yung ating mga batas ay pabor lagi sa babae. Bakit kaya? Di ba kayo nagtanong kung bakit most of the law pabor sa babae? Kapag yung vowsy law, para kanino ba yun? Women and children, malinaw naman. Sa title pa lang. E paano kung yung babae naman, yung nag-inflict ng violence sa lalaki? Di ba? May mga babaeng Amazona eh. No, yung sila yung nambubugbog sa lalaki. Sila yung binubungangaan yung husband even in public. Oo, may nakita kami ganyan sa City Hall, ano? Seaman yung asawa. Narinig namin mismo, sabi niya sa lalaki, oh. Ano ka ba naman? Tanga-tanga mo naman, nandyan lang sa bag, kunin mo nga. Ginanon siya, oh. Oh. Papayag ba yung husband na ganunin lang siya? So, sa mga nag-file ng annulment, sabi nila, 1 to 5 years daw, 34.72% ang nag-file. Napakarami niyan, yung 34.72%. Yung 6 to 10 years together, 26.04%. Yung 11 to 15 years, 16.69%. Yung sumunod, 60 to 20 years together, 8.30%. So, naging kalahati na siya. 21 to 25 years, naging 6.42%. Malaki pa rin yan. Siguro out of 1,000, let's say out of 10,000, let's say 10,000 cases filed in court, 34% sa kanila, yun nagsama lang ng 1 to 5 years together. And the rest as being shown. 26 to 30 years together, 1.89%. 31 to 35, 0.75% na lang. Yung nagsama naman ng 36 to 40 years together, 40 years 0.38%. Meron pa din sa kanila. Ang hindi nakatagal, hindi nakatiis at naghiwalay na lang, kahit 40 years na nagsama. Pero maliit na porsyento na lang yan. Less than a year together, 4.91%. Malaki pa rin yan. Kung tutusin, pag out of 10,000. Now, let's go back to 1 to 5 years together. Alam nyo ba, na during this period, napansin ko, mataas ang hiwalayan because sa aking personal studies na mga nababasa kong marital problems at sa showbiz industry, mga known people, even outside the Philippines, pag binasa ko sila, pinag-aralan ko, totoo pala na nag-activate yung design ng marriage na siyang maghahanap ng destination yung babae. Saan pupunta ang marriage natin? Nag-activate yan within 1 to 5 years period. Pag hindi yan nakita ng lalaki, ibig sabihin, pumasok siya sa marriage without the goal. Goal in life, vision in life. Ano bang gusto niya mangyari sa buhay niya? Wala siyang destiny, wala siyang destination. Pumasok sa marriage, bigla. At pag hindi pa rin lumabas yan, within the first 5 years, the woman will get frustrated. Imagine mo, husbands, you are expecting the woman to follow you where? Okay? Follow you where? Saan? Saan pupunta? Kasi deep inside the hearts of every woman, alam niya na kailangan niyang sumunod sa husband niya. Dahil pag hindi, the relationship will be stressful. Alam niya eh. Pero saan naman siya magsasubmit kung wala namang direksyon? Yung husband. And maybe that's the reason why bakit hindi kayo nakakatagal sa mga boyfriend, ex-boyfriend ninyo, kung meron man. That's the reason why kung bakit hindi kayo nakakatagal sa ex-boyfriend ninyong lasenggo, sa ex-boyfriend ninyong puro barkada ang inaatupag, sa ex-boyfriend ninyong walang direksyon sa buhay. Hindi kayo nakakatagal. That's the reason why. Because you are seeking direction from the man. At mamaya magugulat kayo, bakit meron kayong feeling na ganyan? To expect the man to have direction in life. At lalong problema yan sa lalaki kapag ikaw yung may direksyon. Nagpakasal kayo, ikaw may direksyon, babae, tapos si lalaki walang direksyon. Ano mangyayari? Si babae ang magli-lead ng marriage. Si babae ang magdidictate sa husband kung anong gagawin niya. Si babae ang magsasabi sa husband kung saan pupunta ang pamilya. But sooner or later, hindi matutuwa si husband, hindi magugustuhan ni husband. Because the marriage design is already abuse. The product called marriage is malfunctioning. Kaya kapag ang produkto ay hindi nagagamit ng tama, ito ay magmamalfunction. And that is called abuse. From the word abnormal use. The product is malfunctioning. And that activates during the first 5 years ng pagsasama. Kaya gusto nyo hindi kayo ma-stress sa first 5 years ninyo pagsasama, you have to find out, brother, husband, yung iyong goal sa buhay. Tingnan nyo na lang yung mga celebrity na after 2 years, 3 years, matapos mag-iyakan, pakanta-kanta pa ng, at ngayon, nandyan ka na. Iyakan-iyakan pa. Takot-takot na production number. Oh, where they are now. Bakit? Yan yung example, best example ng isang babaeng maid na kahit tulog, may pumapasok na pera sa kanyang bank account. Tapos nag-asawa ng lalaking hinahanapan niya ng direksyon. Saan pupunta ang ating family? And according to news reports, ang reklamo ng lalaki ay ginawa lang daw siyang utusan. Utos-utusan. So now you understand why most marriages are malfunctioning during the first 5 years. Why? Because of lack of direction of the man. Pagpasok niya ng marriage. Now, take a look at the period of 26 to 30 years together. Tingnan niyo yung period na yan. Okay. Yung 26 to 30 years together na yan, nakita niyo yung percentage, bumaba na lang sa 1.89%. This means that the first 25 years ay nasubok sila ng panahon. Maliit na percentage na lang ang bumigay. Alam niyo ba may kinalaman yan sa isang sinabi ng isang philosopher na si ito, ang galing. Kaya lalo akong natutuwang mag-aral because nakikita ko yung sagot sa bawat problema na nag-aasawa. Look at this. Mark Twain. Kilala niyo si Mark Twain? This is an American. I'll check kung nakikinig pa to si ano. Sino to? Josh? Josh, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah, you know Mark Twain, right?
I do. The author, poet.
Yeah. He's a poet, a philosopher also.
Mhm.
Sabi niya, don't make, ayan, no woman or man really knows what perfect love is until they reach a quarter of a century. You can find that out from his words. No woman or man can find a perfect love until they reach a quarter of a century. How many years is that? A quarter of a century. How many years? Guys. How many? Quarter of a century?
25 years.
25 years. 25 years. Hindi lang kay Mark Twain ko yan narinig. Even sa science. They also discovered that. Alam nyo kung saan tinulad yung 25 years? Anong symbol ng bato? Because marriage is a fusion daw. The original meaning of marriage is a fusion of two different elements. Pinagsasama yung dalawang elemento until it becomes pure. And the 25 years is likened into a silver. And how to make a silver stone? No? Paano maging precious stone yung isang silver? It went through a different process. Process of what? Process of removing all the unwanted articles, removing all the water elements, pinaiinit, pinipiga, pinaprocess, pinifilter, etc. before it becomes silver. Before it becomes a valuable stone. And gold. Ilang years kino-compare ang gold? It's 50 years, right? And before it becomes gold, it went through a different process of filtration, of heat, of pressure, and etc. That's how it was. That's how marriage was compared to a precious stone, because marriage from the word from the Hebrew word gem, marriage gem, it means precious stone. Okay? So, totoo ang sinasabi ng scientist, totoo ang sinasabi ng Mark Twain, na you can only experience a perfect love kung katungtong kayo sa 25 years. So don't brag about your 10 years of marriage. Don't brag about your 20 years of marriage. Wait until you reach 25 years. So that's a challenge to you, couples. Okay? I think I have to skip this na, pero I just want to emphasize that the annulment process is looking for the psychological incapacity. The rest are all technical requirements. What are those technical requirements? You are underage, you are below parental consent, or the consent to marry obtained was through fraud, you misrepresented yourself, no? Meron mga hidden information that you didn't tell your spouse to be, mga pinuwersa mo siya, nilagyan mo siya ng pananakot na kung di ka pakakasal sa akin, I will commit suicide. No? May mga ganon. I hope there's none of that in your situation now. Your insanity or unsoundness of mind, impotence or physical inability to consummate the marriage, affliction with a sexually transmitted disease, I hope all these technical elements are not present in your situation now. Because what I will emphasize is the psychological incapacity. The rest, like underage, no authority to solemnize marriage, the bigamy, the no marriage license, these are all technical requirements of the marriage. Kapag wala ito, your marriage is candidate for void or voidable marriage. So let's look at the psychological incapacity issue. I'd like to ask someone to read this. Ms. Marimar, can you read the paragraph with encircled,
Yes,
encircled
okay.
paragraph?
In a nutshell, psychological incapacity is a person's inability to comply with his or her marital obligations to his or her spouse. These marital obligations include giving mutual love and help, respect, fidelity, and support to the other. The party's incapacity stems from a root cause which is determined by an expert, like a psychiatrist. If the expert finds him such, then he can recommend that the marriage be declared void ab initio from the beginning.
Thank you, Ms. Marimar. Psychological incapacity daw is the person's inability. Inability. It is something that the person cannot perform, cannot do. What is that? Yung marital obligations niya sa kanyang asawa. And what are these? It includes giving mutual love, help, respect, fidelity, and support to the other. Bakit hindi ito maibigay? Because, di ba, pag inisip mo lang very plainly, love, mahirap bang mahalin ng tao? Kung mabait naman. Help, bakit ang hirap ibigay yung help? Respect, bakit parang madali naman siyang basahin, pero bakit parang mahirap gawin for these people affected by the relationship problem? Fidelity, hindi pa ba siya sapat? At kailangan pa maghanap ng iba? And support to the other. Let's dig deeper. Sabi dito, it stems from a root cause which is determined by an expert like a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist or the psychologist are being ordered by the court to submit a report to the judge kung ano ba ang history ng tao. Binabalikan, paatras, yung history ng tao. Paano nakukuha ng psychologist yan? Kakausapin yung magulang, kakausapin yung mga kapatid, kakausapin yung mga common friends nila. Ano ang description mo sa taong ito? Then they give their conclusion. They will submit or they will tell the court that because of this personality disorder, it's actually a personality disorder. They are looking for the personality disorder. That's why the person cannot perform all these marital obligations. Now, what are those personality disorders? When you Google that, you will find different personality disorders like schizophrenic, narcissistic, bipolar, etc. Kaya you have to examine your partner well. Because ito yung mga hindi ninyo nakikita ngayon. Because naniniwala kayo sa love lang, pwede na tong ma-resolve. Tanggap mo na siya kung ano siya. Tingnan natin after 5 years. Tingnan natin after 10 years. Tingnan natin after 15 years. Marami kayong pagdadaanan na panahon. And your patience will really be tested. Bakit? Pinakasalan mo na eh. Tinanggap mo na eh. Dinesisyonan mo na ang maging asawa. Pumirma ka na sa marriage contract. You declared it already publicly. Alam niyo bang when you declare your vows in public, when you say it in public, tumataas yung legal obligation ninyo to observe it. Saan tumataas yung legal obligation? From the people and to the nature. The nature is listening. Every word we speak. Yeah, it's very dangerous to speak negatively to other people. It's very dangerous to speak ill to anybody because nature is listening. Kaya if you make that vows in public, people are listening and they expect you to keep that vows for the rest of your life. Hindi mo sila pwedeng takbuhan later on para kampihan ka pag kayo ay nag-aaway na. Hindi mo pwedeng takbuhan yung mga tao para damayan ka at kampihan ka kasi ikaw ang tama. Alam mong ikaw ang tama. Kumukuha ka ng simpatsya. Girl, hindi pwede yun. Also, sir, hindi pwede yun, sir. In the first place, you called them as to witness, no? You called them, you invited them to your wedding, to be a witness to your wedding, na akala nyo ganun-ganun lang kasimple yun, no? Na magpapakita lang kayo kung gaano kaunlad ang buhay nyo ngayon. That's why you can afford this, you can afford that. No. May mas malalim na meaning or responsibility na nakakabit when inviting people to hear your vows to each other in public. And when you fail to keep that vows, the nature will also give you the punishments na naka-built in for not keeping your vows. Alam niyo bang yung vow is different from a promise? A promise, i-check nyo, i-google nyo later on. A promise is made by two human beings. A vow is made to God. To the nature. Kahit ilang scientists na yung dumaan, they cannot deny that there is a God listening, watching over us. Okay? So, don't just take it lightly. Yung mga iniimbitahan ninyo sa wedding ninyo to witness your vows. Naku. Huwag nyo silang gawing kakampi later on pag hindi na kayo magkaintindihan. Lalo problema yan kapag yan isa sa nag-witness sa kasal mo, nilapitan mo balang araw, nung nag-aaway na kayo, hindi na kayo magkaintindihan, tapos hiwalay din pala sa asawa. Anong hugot niyan? Ibibigay niya yung mentality niya sa iyo. Anong mentality niya? Sige girl, right mo yan, ipaglaban mo yan. Okay? Tandaan niyo na you are just one body. And it cannot be, it cannot happen that only one of you will be at fault. Laging kayong dalawa ang may fault dyan when your marriage malfunction. It is always the both of you. when your marriage malfunction. Why? Because you are just one body. One body. Okay? So ito yung mga personality disorders, no? Paranoid, schizoid, schizotypal. I will not dwell on this. But I hope you will check, no? You will check saan ba dito pumapasok yung aking mapapakasawa. Okay? Para alam ko, hindi na ako maka-atras, marami na nabayaran na suppliers. Para alam ko kung ano yung problemang haharapin ko later on. Okay? Kung may bisyo siya, hindi niya matanggal-tanggal up to now, don't expect na mawawala yan, magbibilagro ang wedding day ninyo. Do not expect that. You have to check that kung marami kang problemang aayusin later on. Okay? Now, wag na tayong dumagdag dito sa sa survey na tayo ay most ignorant on most issues sa ating buhay. Wag na tayong dumagdag dito, ha? Let's have a culture of reading. The US is very progressive. Mas marami ang magagandang buhay sa kanila. Maliit lang yung percentage ng poor population sa kanila, and Joss can attest to this because of their culture of reading. Reading the right information. Okay? Huwag tayong dumagdag dito. Huwag na natin sabihin na alam natin lahat. Ha? Parang awa nyo na. Mayroong miracle. Ito yung miracle na nangyayari when you read. It happened to me. When you read a lot, nabubuksan ang isip, nagwa-widen ang understanding, at lalo na kapag ikaw ay nagtatanong. Okay? Tatanong kanino? Sa sarili mo. Oh, then you find answers sa question mo. Kaya, Einstein also said that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. If you are doing the same thing without applying another strategy to solve the problem, that is called insanity already. Okay? Insanity ang tawag doon. Kung you're not finding the right formula to solve the problem, if you are doing the same thing. Wala pong vaccine against stupidity. Wala, di pa po na-invento yan because the vaccine actually starts from us, within. The desire to learn, the desire to read, the desire to understand. Okay? So, coping from the pains of a broken family, there's a study conducted by World Vision through Margot Galang, the big 4 problems of common reasons why Filipino couples separate: financial, lack of communication, fidelity, domestic violence. I want someone to read this again. Ms. April, can you read this to us, please? In the Philippines.
In the Philippines, separation among married couples is not rare. Despite the absence of a divorce law, there is still a high rate of annulment among Filipino couples. A study by Margot Galang, 2015, an implication of broken marriages to Filipino children. The common reasons why Filipino couples separate include financial problems, lack of communications, infidelity, and domestic violence. Clinical and therapists note that children caught in the middle of parents' animosity during separation have attention and concentration problems, academic problems, anger issues, sleep disorders, and other psychological, behavioral, and spiritual problems.
Thank you, Ms. April. Look at that. Sino ang mostly affected? Sino ba talaga ang affected when we are having relationship issues? Our children. Di ba? Bakit nangyayari yan? Financial problems, lack of communication, infidelity, domestic violence. Isa-isahin natin why these are happening. They trim it down into 4 big causes, which I believe is right. Tingnan natin. The first one, financial problems. Why are you forming an institution without the necessary financial backing up? No? Why are you entering into a marriage without certainty kung gaano ka katagal sa trabaho mo? Why entering marriage kung alam mo naman na hindi tataas ang sahod mo? Because employer dictates your value. But when you have a business, you dictate your own value. When you are employed, you never know kung hanggang kailan ka dyan. You can never make your employment another foundation to your marriage, so you will not experience financial problem. You can never do that. Don't put your employment as part of the foundation of your marriage that will keep your relationship strong. You have to plan until when ka magiging empleyado. Because as time goes by, pag lumabas na ang inyong children, tataas ang inyong financial requirement. Tataas ang inyong standards sa pamumuhay. Di ba? You have to maintain the standard of living. Otherwise, you will end up living in squatters. And you don't want that. Di ba? Gaano kayo ka-secure sa inyong financial capability? Both of you. The both of you. Kailangan nyo pag-usapan niya. Kailangan nyo tingnan ahead of time. Hanggang kailan tayo magiging empleyado. Because when you are employed, your future, your security is being held up by the company. Kapag nagtagal ka dyan, tataas ang sahod mo, syempre, until such time that you become very expensive to the company. And they will hire young people, they will invest to young people who are willing to accept low salary. When you run out of ideas to the company, when you become invaluable to the company, wala ka na mabigay na asset to the company to be productive para mag-generate pa ng income ang company, you will be one of the candidates to be replaced. Okay? Think about that. Lack of communication. How difficult it is to talk to each other. When your priority is to work hard for the family, then you are in trouble already. Because you will spend more time working, di mo na makakausap asawa mo. You will spend more time talking to business people. Hindi ka na makakauwi ng maaga. Wala na kayong family time. And major decisions will have to be made by just one person. This is not just a simple lack of communication. This is actually one party is just deciding for major issues in the family. And so, hindi ito nagugustuhan ng asawa. Hindi ito magugustuhan ng asawa mo kapag nagdesisyon ka lang mag-isa. Hindi siya matutuwa. Kapag tumahimik lang siya, someday it will become a sumbat. It will become something na isusumbat niya sa iyo balang araw once he is or she is triggered. Once it is triggered. Lalabas na ng bigla yan. Magugulat ka na lang. Sino ba kasi nagdesisyon na kumuha ng kotse? Di ba ikaw lang? Oh, ay yabang-yabang mo. Gusto mong magyabang sa mga kaibigan mo na may kotse ka na? O ngayon, tinanggal ka sa trabaho. Anong babayad mo ngayon dyan? Okay? Huwag kukuha ng kotse ng empleyado ka pa. Okay? Kaya mga binibigyan ng kotse ngayon, yung mga may negosyo eh. Yung meron ng stable income. So wag magyabang para lang masabi sa mga kaibigan na unlad ang buhay mo because nag-asawa ka. Don't do that. Ha? Couples? Infidelity. Pakibasa nga si Miss Amelia. I will call you mostly para alam ko nandiyan pa kayo.
Yes po. Ready? So, niloko ko ang live-in partner ko noon. Sabi niya, kakalimutan niya lahat basta magbalikan kami. Ginagawa ko lahat para mag-gain ulit yung tiwala niya or bumalik yung dating siya.
Yeah.
So, aminado po ako sa lahat ng nagawa ko noon. Pero tuwing mag-aaway kami, ipapamukha niya sa akin na niloko ko siya. Madalas, mapanakit na rin siya sa akin sa harap ng mga anak ko. Oh, it's
Okay.
not nice.
Yeah. Thank you, Miss Amelia. This is happening not only to the woman but also to the man. Okay? Now, everything is explainable, understandable, acceptable, excusable, except for one thing, which is what is that? Except for this thing, infidelity, betrayal. Everything is excusable, explainable, acceptable, reasonable, maintindihan pa niya yung pagiging chain smoker mo, maintindihan pa ng asawa mo yung pagiging lasenggo mo, maintindihan pa niya yung pagiging workaholic mo, wala ka ng time sa kanya, maintindihan pa niya yung bisyo mo na pagsasabong, except for this one, betrayal. And this will stay in the subconscious mind of the person for the rest of his life. Even though you will be verbally forgiven, you are not actually forgiven in his heart, in her heart. So don't forget that hindi mo kasalanan lang ito. Pag napunta kayo sa situation na yan, kasalanan ninyong dalawa ito. Baka meron isa dyan na hindi nagbibigay ng kailangan ng isa. Isa sa inyo is not doing his job to the spouse, to your spouse. It is always two to tango. I will use that word, two to tango. Okay? Domestic violence, ito, very tragic. Merong tagaan. This should not happen. Hindi aabot dapat sa ganito. But when I read the story, yung babae pala sinisigawan yung kanyang husband in public place. Sigawan, minaliit, minura-mura. It's in the news. So that's what happened. The issue of the need of the husband was violated. The law of respecting the husband was violated. So, saan magaling yung respect na law? It's a natural law. You cannot find that in the family code of the Philippines. Pinalibaligtad ko na yung family code eh. Alam niyo ba, nandun lang, observe mutual help, love, and respect, mutual fidelity, nandun sa family code. Yes, but they made it as an option. And that was a shocking revelation to me. Bakit ginawa nilang optional ang isang batas, tapos sinulat nila as a law, pero may option ka palang hindi sundin. I was shocked to find that out in the family code. And I trace it back to the concept of rights. Rights to be happy, rights to enjoy life, rights to be free, rights to be to decide, no? Because of that concept. That's why merong ganyang provision sa family code natin. which I believe it's also patterned after the family code of the US. That's why it's very easy for them to change wife or husband because of the option, because of the mentality that there's an easy way out, even without checking the background of the person. Did you know that the natural law was designed for us to follow so we can have good memories? Yun lang hindi na ituturo sa atin eh. I have told you a while ago that following the law gives us peace of mind. But because of the concept of the human being's rights to enjoy this, to be free, to enjoy liberty, blah blah blah. They put that in the family code, which become the source of mentality, or it becomes the mentality of every marrying individual to enforce that right when the product is already malfunctioning. So that's where Einstein's quote applies, that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we use when we created them. What does this mean? No, what this quote means, if the problem is continuously happening, no, persistent, lagi na lang kayong nag-aaway, hindi kayo magkaintindihan, maybe because you are violating a law, not of human being, but a law of nature. And if you have the same thinking, when you created that problem, you will always have the same effects. No? Naintindihan nyo? Kung yung problema, yung malfunctioning of your marriage, if it always happen, maybe because you are applying the same kind or level of thinking. In other words, yung solution to the problem can never be found within our level as human beings. And it's the same words that Mark Twain described. We cannot find the solution within our level. Wala nang new ideas. There are no new ideas created by the human beings. The same lang yan. The same idea created before. The same idea created 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago. It's the same idea that are available to us now. So if we have the same effects that gives us stress, no, meaning we are not applying the right solutions, which are beyond the wisdom of the human being. Okay? Time check for 28. So far, any questions, please? Any clarification?
None so far.
And so far, kakaintindihan ba tayo? Dahan-dahan na bang natututunan ninyo ang design ng marriage?
Yes po, yes po.
Okay, thank you. So, natutuwa naman ako pag walang nag-o-object. Ha? Sabihin nagkakaintindihan tayo. Walang nagtatanong. And I'm happy about that. Marriage is a risk. Pabasahin ko naman yung lalaki. Sir Ronald, can you read this to us?
Marriage is a risk. I think it's a great risk and glorious risk as you embark on the adventure in the same spirit.
Okay, thank you. When you hear the word risk, or when you read the word risk, risky, no? Risk. It can be dangerous or not, di ba? Parang climbing on a mountain is very risky. Pag sinabing risk, it can cost your life or it can injure you. Di ba? Pwedeng umiksi or humaba ang buhay mo. And it's a great and glorious risk. It can be a great and glorious risk. Look at this. As long as you embark on the adventure in the same spirit, there is a requirement. What is that requirement? You want to enjoy your married life? You want to enjoy your journey together as a couple? You have to have one spirit. What does that mean, one spirit? You know that naririnig nyo sa churches, sa pulpit, naririnig nyo sa mga philosopher, sa mga scientists, that when you unite your bodies, when you made your vows to love each other, stay together for the rest of your life, you become one body. You become just one physical, spiritual, and psychological being. And no one can dispute that up to now. Nobody can oppose that principle up to now, na nagiging isang katawan na lang kayo. And one body requires only one spirit. Hindi kakasya ang dalawang spirit sa isang katawan. Di ba? Kaya nga, pag may pumasok na bad spirit sa katawan natin, umaalis yung isa eh. Di ba? Hindi yan nagsasabay. Because one body only requires one spirit. In marriage, you want to enjoy the risk. You want to enjoy the journey. So it can be great and glorious. Have just one decision in life. Have just one destination in life. Have just one likes in life. Mag-a-adjust talaga ang isa sa inyo. Kung wala kang hilig sa basketball, girl, samahan mo yung husband mo. Para ikaw yung nag-cheer doon sa kanya while he is playing basketball. Kesa ibang babae nag-cheer sa kanya. Ha? Kailangan gustuhin mo rin yung gusto ng husband mo. Ganun ka rin, husband. Kung gustuhin mo rin yung gusto ng wife mo. Para hindi kayo masalisihan. Ha? Sa dami ng salisigang ngayon. Talagang you will be in trouble. Okay, next. I'd like to know your mentality about marriage. So what is marriage now? In your own words, no? Before we discuss everything, ano kaya ang paniniwala mo sa marriage? Let's start with Sir Ronald and Michelle.
Marriage should have a good foundation with similar principles.
Similar principles, okay. That's good. Same answer, Sir Ronald?
I'll say
Okay.
I'll say yes to my future wife.
Okay.
Ay.
Sir Ramos and April? What is marriage in your own words? Sir, ma'am?
Pag isang dibdib nyo po, then mag-start din po ng family, ganun.
Isang dibdib, pag-start ng family, okay.
Personal relationship.
Okay, personal relationship. Thank you, sir, for that answer. How about Sir Mary and Josh?
For us, marriage is a formal union of two people or a
Formal
couple.
union of two people. Okay. Same answer, Josh?
Same answer.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad that you're still listening. Michelle and Ronald, tapos na pala to. How about David and Marimar?
For me po, two people being united as one.
Two people being united as one. Okay. Jermaine and Ed. Same answer for David?
Yes po.
Okay, thank you. Jermaine and Ed.
Kung like yung sa before po, it's more than love. It's being responsible for the other person as well and sticking to the same values and having a direction in life po.
Okay, thank you. Amelia and Sander.
Marriage po is the union of two people with the one primary purpose, and that is companionship.
Okay. One primary purpose, companionship. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that answer. I'm sure naman those answers come from your belief, no? Come from the understanding of that product called marriage, according to what you see, what you observe, what you have went into, as you saw from your parents, etc. Now, let's ask the law about marriage. Like, prior to this, I told you that marriage from the Hebrew word, it's called gem, the fusion of two elements. But if we ask the laws of the land, if we ask the family code, they have the right description about marriage. No? I was trying to, I was also expecting from some of you to answer that it's a permanent contract, that it has no expiry date, that it has no turning back, it's a lifetime commitment, walang sulayan sa magulang. I heard the union of two souls, no? I heard from one of you, the union of two souls. So if these are the description for you of the marriage, is it very crucial then to choose the right person from the beginning? Is it very crucial? Yes or no? Yes, di ba? Very crucial kasi permanent. Wala nang balikan, wala nang atrasan. No? They design it that way. Na they also realized that many years ago na when you try to evade your responsibility to the marriage, or when you finally evade your duties to your spouse, it will give you stressful life. Okay? That's the effect or the result of evading responsibilities. So now, let's define terms. Socrates said that we will become wise if we understand or define the meaning of every word, especially from its origin. That's why it's very important for us to check the origin of the word, which is also called, what do you call that? Etymology, no? When we check the source of the word, what was on the mind of the creator of the word. Let's define it, no? Marriage is, according to the family code of the Philippines, sabi ng government, it is a special contract of permanent union between a man and a woman entered into in accordance with law for the establishment of conjugal and family life. Permanent union daw ito. Special contract daw ito na naiiba sa civil contract or sa social contract. Because sa social contract daw, kaya nating ipasok yung gusto natin. Bayaran mo to, bayaran ko to. Alam ba, mayroon kang in-engage na engineer to build your house. Your contract, in your contract, it will appear what do you prefer to put in your house, in the construction, and the other party will also dictate his terms. You pay this, I'll do this, you pay this. I will put this, you pay this. Okay? It's a contract meeting of the minds, no? As what it is described under the civil code, obligations and contract, it's a meeting of the minds. Kung anong gusto niyo, ilagay niyo dyan. As long as it does not violate any existing law, it's honored by the state. Kikilalanin ng korte yung inyong pinag-usapan. Pag hindi na kayo nagkakaintindihan, susundin ng korte yung inyong contract. Doon magbabase ang korte. O di ba sabi mo, ganito, babayaran mo to? O di ba sabi mo, ganito gagawin mo? So as long as it is not violative of any law, not against public policy, not against morals, not against customs, sabi ng civil code, it is being respected by the court of law. Yun yung social contract. In marriage, it is different now. You cannot dictate your terms. You cannot dictate whatever you want to bring into the marriage. Bakit? Because it is the establishment of conjugal and family life where you have no say anymore because it is being dictated by the state, the terms and conditions. And they say that marriage is the foundation of the family. No, we start with the marriage. You decided to join your souls together. That is called marriage. But it started from the male, followed by the female. There is no marriage na tatawagin kung hindi papayag si babae. Tatanggapin yung alok ni lalaki na magpakasal. The male will just remain a single person pag walang pumayag na babae. So no marriage will be created pag walang babaeng pumayag. So dahil pumayag ka na, the stage 3 now is the marriage. Stage 1 is the male. Stage 2 is the female who accepted the offer. Stage 3 is the marriage. Stage 4 now is the family. It is the foundation of the family. That's where the family structure is being held up. Kayong dalawa, yung foundation ng pamilya. Now, magtatanong kayo later on, teka muna, sino ang leader kung dalawa kaming foundation? We will discuss that later. So, what they are saying is, the consequences, yung nature niyan, incidents niyan, are governed by law and not subject to stipulation. Hindi na ito negotiable. No, dapat yung marriage, dapat siya, lagi niya akong sinusunod. Dapat siya, lagi niyang ginagawa ito. You cannot dictate that because it's already written in the family code. What is that? Your giving of mutual help, respect, and fidelity to your spouse. But there's a hidden principle to pag yan pumunta ng korte because meron ng isang hindi ginagampanan yung papel at pumunta ng korte, alam niyo ba ang concept ng court? When you go to court and pag sinabi mo sa judge, hindi ko na siya mahal eh. Wala nang magawa ang korte. Wala nang magawa yung judge. Bakit? Because alam ng judge na may inherent rights yung tao to be happy. Eh, hindi na siya masaya. Judge, hindi na ako masaya eh. Hindi ko na siya mahal eh. Pwede mo bang utusan ng puso ko, Judge? Ha? You cannot tell that to the judge. Because of the principle in the Constitution of the person's rights to be free. At maalis doon sa bondage ng paghihirap sa piling ng kanyang asawa. Oh. Wala rin magawa ang korte dyan pag sinabi ng tao na yung ka na dyan, hindi na ako masaya. But again, pag mababaw ang iyong rason, hindi mo lang mahal siya, hindi ka na masaya. The judge is not easily convinced to nullify or void the marriage. They are more convinced of the personality disorder that you have instead of the feelings that you insist that is lost. They are looking more into the psychological disorder. That's why the psychological incapacity was invented and inserted into the law. Saan galing yung principle na yan, yung psychological incapacity na yan? Galing yan sa church, galing yan sa simbahan, from the canon law. Because that's how they annul marriages in the church. Check the history. In-insert nila yan from the Catholic canon law. They discovered that many years ago. Pag wala ng pag-asa na mabuo yung marriage, although the church is considering the marriage as a very sacred institution. Pero pag sinabi rin ng tao na, Father, Bishop, sakal na ako sa kanya, ayoko na. O, bakit ka ba kasi nasasakal? Eh kasi merong psychological disorder pala yung napangasawa niya. So they are looking into that. Okay? Now, if you study the exact definition of a family, it is actually the state expects that through the family, every good family produce, we will have good society. Diba? Sabi dito sa US case, Maynard versus Hill, once the relation is formed, the law steps in. No, once you decided to unite, the law steps in and holds the parties to various obligations and liabilities. It is an institution in the maintenance of which, in its purity, the public is deeply interested. Bakit sinabing public? Interesado ang publiko, ang society. Teka muna, titino ba ang society natin balang araw kapag kayo ay nag-asawa? That's the question in mind of everybody attending your wedding. Of those people you asked to witness it. They are expecting someday, gaganda ba ang ating society? Magpuproduce ba kayo ng functional children to the society when you get married? That's their question in mind. Because it is the foundation of the family and of society, without which there would neither be, or there would be neither civilization nor progress. The state expects progress after forming a family, your family. And it's our duty to give that to the state, to have a functional children released from your home. Okay? The relation, the most important, in the case of Adams versus Palmer, the relation is the most important as affecting the happiness of individuals and the true basis of human progress. In other words, your decision is also part of the human progress, should also form part of the human progress. Kaya nga, doon dapat papunta yung mentality ninyo eh. When you enter into marriage. Kapag may personality disorder, before the marriage, tinuloy nyo pa rin, you have a lot of work to do, couples. Alam mo na pinagtaksilan ka na bago ang wedding day. Tinanggap mo, pinatawad mo, tinuloy mo pa rin. You will have problems later on. Because the personality of the one entering the marriage, dapat nabuo na eh. Dapat na-discover na niya yung kanyang goal sa buhay. Because when you discover your purpose in life, when you discover your goal in life, you will be a disciplined person. You will never make stupid things to derail your goal. Di ba? When you found your value, when you found your purpose in life, before the marriage, madidisiplina mo yung sarili mo eh. Hindi ka gagawa ng desisyon na magbibigay ng sakit ng ulo sa'yo later on in life. Diba? You will never make stupid decisions when you found out, when you discover your goal in life before the marriage, before you enter that institution. Hindi sasakit ang ulo ninyong dalawa kung pareho kayong may goal. Now the question is, sinong goal na ang masusunod kapag nag-asawa na? So that will be answered in the next slides. I will read on. The marital relation, unlike ordinary contractual relations, is regarded by the laws as the basis of the social organization. The preservation of that relation, look at this, the preservation of your marriage is deemed essential to public welfare. That is essential. to public welfare. Saka sa Tagalog, sa benepisyo ng publiko or the entire nation to benefit. Preserving your marriage, that's the effect to the society, essential to public welfare. Now, I told you a while ago that vow is made to God, promises are made to people. It's a covenant. The Bible defines marriage as a covenant. In Genesis chapter 2 to 24, it's a holy covenant before God, as written in Malachi chapter 2, verse 14. So it's the first original institution in the world. It already existed before any government was established, before barangay, Congress, or Senate was created by man. It is not a product of the state, not even Congress, not even the famous philosophers. Marriage is a product of our Creator, of God. So family, I think you know the meaning already, but I will give you the definition or the description according to the family code. 99% of our social ills emanated from the family, as behavioral scientists discovered. And it is not just an opinion. It's already a scientific based findings. When we say science, they made different research. No? Pag sinabi natin science, they created a hypothesis, then they conduct a study about it. They first create a hypothesis or a theory, then they conduct study about it. Then they conclude if the theory is correct. This has been studied already for many years. Nakita na nila yan. The crimes, poverty, teenage pregnancy, the violence happening inside the house, or the mental health, the discipline, the corruption, and others, they all emanated from the family. Bakit? Because if the individual is just disciplined, self-governed, no, again, if the person discovered his goal, learn how to love himself or herself before he loved another, we will have no problems in the society. So the human being cycle started from the male, then the female, not from the monkey. Then they decided it became a marriage. You will produce children. You will become a family. More families created in a specific place, it will be called a community. More families created in a community, you will become communities, and soon you can become a nation. No, it will be the components. It will have the components to create a nation. No, so this is how the cycle goes. So when social ills rise, they will just go backwards. No, if there are many laws in the country because there are many violators, they will just go back to the community. The problem is emanating from that community. Why? Because the family is malfunctioning. Why? Because the marriage is malfunctioning. And the children are not naliligaw na ng mga landas yung mga anak. Kung ano na pinagagawa ng mga anak. May problema sa bahay, lalabas. Bakit? Lalabas ng bahay. Hindi nila makita yung love, care, attention, welfare na kailangan nila to stay in the house and be disciplined. Why? Because the parents themselves cannot found their individual goals in life. Kaya gulong-gulo sila. Bakit? Pumasok sa marriage without this element of having to develop themselves before loving another and entering into marriage. Okay? So, pag chinek mo yung female, ganun din. Kasi itong aking asawa di ako minamahal, di ko maramdamang mahal ako. Lagi na lang akong dinidisregard. Hindi man lang niya ako pinagmamalaki sa aking mga kaibigan. Sa kanya mga kaibigan. Parang tinatago niya ako palagi. Oh, siyempre, ito naman si male, ganoon din. At siyempre, sino bang tao mong sasabi na kasi ganito ko, sama akong tao, no? Bibihira naman yung nag-a-admit ng kanyang kasalanan, ng kanyang pagkukulang. Bibihira yun. They will always blame the other person. Social issue is a problem that affects many people within a society. It is a group of common problems in present-day society, ones that many people strive to solve. And it is often the consequence of factors extending beyond an individual's control. Look at that word, extending beyond an individual's control. So the human being is very powerful. He can do anything he wants, but that power has to have a limitation. Diba? We can do anything, everything we want, but it has to have limitations. Para hindi tayo makaapekto ng iba, hindi tayo makapanira ng buhay ng ibang tao. So the problem should be settled within the bounds of your home when you are in trouble. Now, according to science also, the human beings are motivated in these three things: food, shelter, and clothes. According to science, they discovered that because of this motivation, of these things that we need to provide to ourselves, it becomes their priority. And so it goes back to the society to suffer because of this big competition in getting food, getting shelter, and clothes to maintain the standards of living. As population grows, no? The competition and the stress level is increasing. And so the marriage is also affected. Okay? When we don't meet one or two of these, we become dysfunctional. We become stressed. And the very first person that we see to be the cause, the cause of our own problems is our spouse. Okay? So, tumataas yung kompetisyon, dumadayo yung populasyon, and that's what the government is mandating to plan our family. Please, sabi ng gobyerno, magplano naman tayo, hindi yung gawa lang ng gawa. Did you know that the church, all the rest of the religions, when I speak about the church, it represents the whole religion, the entire religion, even though they are bickering against each other, they are united in telling the government or discouraging the government to teach population control. They are discouraging the government to distribute condoms. Diba? Did you notice that? That they are pro-life. Na kapag nabuntis ka, sige lang, tuloy mo yan. That's what they are portraying, all of them. As if telling the government that it is always the will of God. They are encouraging the population to increase, to multiply. So whenever we hear about multiplying, we always think of babies. No. There's a first instruction before the multiplying. What's the first instruction? Be fruitful, then multiply. Do not multiply if you are not fruitful yet. That's a principle. So I want to go to the meaning of principle. Because a while ago you said that it's a belief. Principle is not a belief. So I want to correct you on that right now. I want to tell you that principle is first law? Look at this. Your priority in life should not be food, water, clothing, or shelter. Your priority in life should be principles, the knowledge of principles. What is principle? Etymology. Prince means first. In Greek, it is called principle. It's a fundamental tenet, law, doctrine, root, basis, foundation, origin, doctrine. It means first law. If you remember in history, there are kingdoms, which until now, there are kingdoms existing. And their sons and daughters are called prince and princesses because they are first in line to the throne. Combined with the Greek word pos, it is called first law. First law, principle. So since principles are first law, these are the law that you cannot violate, even once. Because they have built-in punishment. No need for courts or judges. They are built-in creation. So first law are natural laws. Before we were born, these laws are already existing. We cannot violate this. They are built in creation. What else? When unheeded, have built-in destruction. If you ignore it, it has built-in destruction also. We can never argue with principles. No human being can. Remember that. Principles is not just a belief, but it's first law that you are not entitled to negotiate or even give your opinion. You are not entitled to that. We cannot give conditions to principles before we obey, and we are not entitled to our opinions on principles. I'll give you some in the next slide. We can only choose to obey to benefit from it. You want? Because it has built-in benefits also, following principles. What are the samples of that principle? These are also discovered by scientists. There is a law of thermodynamics, there's a law of inertia, there's a law of gravity, and these are the laws of the universe. And even Einstein discovered the law of, what is that? Tingnan ko nga kung alam nyo yung discovery ni Einstein, law of, theory of what? Tingnan natin kung naalala nyo pa. Who can answer?
Relativity.
What is theory of relativity? Very good. Did you know that relativity is also the word for relationship? Einstein discovered that each part or each component in the solar system has to rely on one another to function well. That was how our life was designed. They have to rely also on one another so they will not fall into gravity. Para hindi sila higupin ng gravity. They have to depend on one another. What else? The fish or the fishes has to depend on the water so they can live or function normally. They cannot decide on their own to leave water. They will die. Okay? So the moment you violate that principle of relativity, that principle of relationship, once you violated that, the punishments are built in. You do not have to kill the fish if you take it out from the sea. The same with the seed of a plant, for example. The seed of a plant. Look at this. Okay? It's the capacity for that seed to produce, to become a tree and produce fruit someday is built into the seed. Right? Naka-built in na yan. ilagay mo lang siya sa tamang lupa, tamang supply ng tubig, tamang sikat ng araw, that seed will grow even without the human being's intervention, because it's naturally built. The capacity to grow and become fruitful is built in to the seed, and that is a principle. So if you violate that principle, itatanim mo siya sa maling lupa, ilalagay mo siya sa lugar na hindi nasisikatan ng araw, it will never become a tree, and it will never become fruitful. Why? Because there is a need that you cannot negotiate. Diba? Hindi ka pwede makapag-negotiate. Kailangan niya ng sikat ng araw eh. Kailangan mo ibilad. Kailangan mong diligan. Diba? You cannot negotiate on that. Because it's a law for you to follow that. And it's a theory of relativity na sinasabi ni Albert Einstein. The fish has to connect to the water. The birds, the capacity to fly is already built in. Lumaki lang siya ng tama sa kanyang environment, they will grow naturally even without the human being's intervention. Kahit hindi mo alagaan yan. Di ba? Magiging kawawa pa nga yan pagka hindi mo pinakawalan eh. Pag pinakawalan mo yan sa kanilang natural environment, they can live. They know where to find their food. Kapag nag-alaga ka ng animal, you are taking that obligation, which is not negotiable. You have to provide everything that the animal needs for that animal to function well in the environment that you have put them in. Okay? That's a principle. Now, I'll go back to natural law. These are called natural law from Wikipedia. According to natural law theory, all people have inherent rights. Ito yung sinasabi ko sa inyo. Merong rights daw conferred not by act of legislation but by God, nature, or reason. And it is called natural law. That no man can negotiate, no man can oppose, no man can tamper with. Natural law. You cannot tamper that. And according to Galileo Galilei, if you study his works, humans and all things on earth were subject to natural laws, which physics and mathematics could describe. And who else discovered that? I told you, this is not a new information. I think hindi lang ito na ituro sa atin noon. So I'm giving the chance to lecture this because napanood ko na rin yung ibang mga nagtuturo ng marriage counseling. Hindi nila tinuturo ito. So I have to make sure that every couple ay maintindihan ito. The moment they enter into marriage, this is not subject to your stipulations because it's covered by the natural law. So other philosophers who says stay connected to the nature are these philosophers. All of them. No? You know these people. Their philosophies are the guiding principles of the human beings now, especially from the Greek people, which everything started from the Greek. This book contains human beings' history, the true history, our true history, and this contains first law. So for you to understand the concept of the Bible, you have to realize that the Bible is about the kingdom and a king. And it is not about a democracy. It is about a kingdom headed by a king. Okay? It is not a religious book, neither a book of recommendations. It is about the true creation of the earth and the human beings. It's a government called kingdom, king and his royal family. There is nothing written there about democracy. the right to choose a leader, the right to your freedom, the right to your speech, etc. When you deal with God, every words are natural law, not subject to our opinion, stipulations, or we make it conditional. We are not entitled to that. Okay? So the principle number 2, relationship, before we go on another break. Law and order. Because of the power of the human being, there must be a law to have order in the society. Okay? Relationship, law and order. So if you remove the law, you know what happens? We will have a disorder. Okay? So that's the design of life. Everything has to rely on one another to function well. So when you enter into marriage, you are relying to your partner for you to function well. That is the mentality also of your spouse. You are relying on him, on her, for you to function well. So the needs must be supplied, because you will discover your purpose if you cannot discover it yet and you entered into marriage. Your spouse should help you realize your goal. And that is the task of the male. So pag pinasok niyo yung usapin ng equality, yes, you are equal. According to Socrates also. You have the same rights, but you are not the same. Nakakalito ba? No? You are equal, but you are not the same. That's the words of Socrates. Now, sa first 5 years of marriage ninyo, wala pang goal si husband, wala pang direction, because it was only given to the male. Huh? Remember, in the Garden of Eden, there was only a man and God, a male. All instructions was given to the male before he created the woman. Check it out, Genesis chapter 2. That's why women long for the man's goal, the husband's goal. Where is our family heading? And since both of you are created to be a leader, can be a leader, but since you will become just one body, only one leader, one spirit. Okay? You have to analyze that. You will become one body, and one body only requires one spirit, and one body only requires one head. Because every creature with 2 heads is called a monster. Diba? Just imagine an organization with 2 presidents. Just imagine a country with 2 presidents, or a city with 2 mayors. Just imagine that. You know what happens, diba? You will also be confused. So in the marriage, for us not to be confused anymore, God already gave his instructions to the man, so that we will not guess it anymore. Para hindi na tayo mag-invento ng sarili nating guide sa marriage. The male was the one given the task to have a goal, whether he entered the marriage or not. Okay? Kaya when you marry a person or a husband who cannot discover his purpose in life yet, there will be experimentation. Kaya pwede ring mag-take over muna si wife na may direksyon, na malinaw na alam na niyang mag-aasawa na siya, panahon na para mag-asawa na siya, panahon na para mag-settle siya. Malinaw sa mind niya yun. Kaya nga, wedding is for the woman eh. And ako, according to my studies talaga, the moment a woman decided to get married, that's for good. That's why wedding day, it's for them. No, brides? Kaya excited kayo lagi mag-prepare ng wedding eh. Pag nakikita namin yung couple na lalaki yung nag-aasikaso ng wedding, which
Yes, sir.
rarely, oo, di ba? Rarely happens yung groom yung nag-aasikaso ng wedding eh. Only kapag nasa abroad yung babae, si lalaki yung kakausap sa mga supplier. Very rare yun. Na may lalaking willing gawin yun. Pero once the woman decided to get married, it's for good. Yun na lang yung titingnan niya. The marriage institution, the family. Take note of that, husbands. Take note of that. Grooms. Hindi mag-iisip ng anumang ano yan. Because nagiging biktima lang ang babae ng infidelity o ng pagtataksil kapag meron siyang husband na walang direksyon. Nasa salisihan. What else? In Genesis, everything, there are actually 5 things that you need to check sa husband. Ano yung 5 things na yun? Sana umabot pa tayo doon. Can we have another break? 5 minutes? Couples? Malapit na tayo. Okay lang? Makapahinga din kayo? Okay lang? Sige, let's have another 5 minutes break, ha? Para makapahinga din yung aking bibig.
Okay po.
Thank you, thank you. Time check 5:16. Let's meet at 5:21 or 5:22. Hello, everyone. I'm back. So we are now at the concluding part of our session. Let's have a roll call before we move. Mary and Josh, you're still there?
We're here.
We're here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Are you learning so far?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Ronald and Michelle, are you there?
Hello. Yes, we are.
Diyan pa, nandyan pa. Very good. David and Marimar.
Yes, sir.
Here.
Thank you. Jermaine and Ed, still there?
Yes, yes po, yes po.
Thank you. Thank you. Learning so far? Learning a lot, guys?
Po.
Ramos and April,
Here po.
learning
Yes
a lot?
po.
Thank
Apo.
you.
Yes po.
Amelia and Sander.
Still here po, sir.
Okay, thank you. Michelle Mata and Ronald Davis are the same, no? Okay, the same now. Okay, so as I was saying a while ago, even in biology, they also discovered that everybody depends on one another to function well. The purpose of each product manifests, gives life and order and productivity and longevity to the product. So if you just think about this well, this is the human beings are also covered by this relationship, the dependency to one another. That's why a baby cannot survive without the parents. No? Kaya when each stages in his life, of the child's life, is neglected, just like what Eric Erickson has studied, there is a crisis happening to the child. Kaya if we go back to our personal history as a child, what point in our lives was neglected? The crisis was not addressed by our parents, no? Eric Erickson was the one who coined the word identity crisis. Kaya if you enter into marriage without describing your identity, you fail to become fruitful, then you start multiplying, you will have a problem. Very basic. Diba? The instruction is first to become fruitful before multiplying. That's why I was asking you at the first slides, every successful thing on earth, whether it's career, marriage, or company, organization, when it is successful, it means it went through the right process. It is dependent to one another. The company is dependent to the employees, and the employees is dependent to the company. That relationship must work well for both of them to enjoy the benefits of it. In other words, you cannot dictate your rights to every relationship that you enter into. That's how simple it is. Pag pumasok ka sa relationship, hindi mo na ini-insist yung rights mo because yung rights mo to be happy ay na-enjoy mo na dapat during your single days. Kaya tanungin mo na yung katabi mo ngayon. Satisfied ka na ba sa pagiging binata mo? Or you still want to play around? Ha? Tanungin mo na yung kasama mo ngayon, yung katabi mo ngayon. Are you satisfied with your single days? Or if not, kung hindi pa, malalaman mo naman yan eh. Pag sumagot ka agad ng pinag-isipan ng konti. Siyempre pag pinag-isipan ng konti, may seconds pang tatakbo, di ba? Hindi yung sagot kagad para lang to please you. No. Na-enjoy mo na ba ang pagkadalaga mo? Or konting hila lang sa'yo ng mga barkada mo, eh, party time agad, girl. Okay? The marriage will surely malfunction if you insist your rights to the institution. Your rights to be happy, your rights to be free, your rights to be... No. You're not entitled to that anymore because that right that you will insist have to be supplied by your spouse. You have to fix your mentality. My spouse or my wife has a right and I will give that to her. My husband has a right and I will give that to him. That should be the composition of your mentality. That is the right composition of your mentality. So when one party becomes selfish, the relationship is already in danger. Okay? Don't forget that. When you become selfish and you put it into the relationship or the institution is already in danger. So principle number 3, I showed this already in the first slide. Every process went through a system called steps. So don't forget the steps. Principle number 4 is the law on the sowing and reaping. No? We reap what we sow. If you have not planted, don't expect any harvest. Or if you did not plant anything, don't expect any harvest in the future. If you did not plant quality time with your wife, if you did not plant quality time with your children, do not expect a joyful harvest in the future. Because everything that we enjoy started from what we planted before. Okay? Whatever you plant, you harvest later, whether good or bad. No planting, don't expect harvest. You plant good deeds, you reap good deeds from others also. And that will also include your spouse, your children, your parents. So to have a good harvest, you must start from the process of building a foundation. And because humans are natural products too, that you need to invest in your mind to become fruitful. That's the investment that every human being needs. That's the building of the foundation of your marriage. What is that? Knowledge about your spouse. What are those things that you have to know about him? Ano yung mga bagay na hindi pa niya nasasabi sa iyo? Baka nakakalimutan lang. You have to know that. Okay? Para alam mo kung ano yung mga bagay na magpi-please sa kanya. Hindi yung magpi-please sa iyo. Tapos na yun eh. You have all the time in the world to enjoy your singleness. Tapos na. Hindi na yun ang iisipin mo, yung magpi-please sa iyo. But kung ano yung magpi-please sa asawa mo. Okay? Any objection to that? Just raise your hand. So if you notice that every seed, they come naturally from the bottom. No? What's the reason why they have to put themselves, put the root below? Yung bang umiilalim muna sila eh. Bago sila lumitaw. Anong reason kaya no? Anyone can answer? Sir Ronald, ano sa tingin mo? Bakit pag kami buto na nilapag ka sa lupa, umiilalim muna sila bago lumitaw sa ibabaw? Bakit kaya?
Nagbi-build ng foundation, nagpapatibay muna.
Ayun, very good, very good. That's the same with the human being. Gusto mong tumibay balang araw na hindi ka maapektuhan ng kahit anong problema, eh mag-build ka ng foundation. What is that? Knowledge. Knowledge. Sa plants and animals, naka-built in na yung capacity to build a foundation for themselves. Diba? Kahit hindi natin pakialaman, built in yung capacity nila. Tayo, because we are the highest form of animals daw, because we can choose not to build a foundation or not. We can decide if we want to have a foundation or not, if we want to study about marriage or not. That's our problem when we decide not to build a foundation. Yung bang we will assume that we know everything. At ang napapansin ko lagi dyan, the men are not so interested. Yung mga babae lang ang nakatutok. Every time I do counseling sa LGU, sa City Hall, especially in Parañaque, most of the women, o talagang all of them, no? All of the women, nakatutok talaga yan sa bawat sinasabi ko. Sa mga lalaki, titingin sa kisame, titingin sa dingding, no? Iiwasan tumingin sa speaker. Because there is a struggle within the personality of every male to assume that I know that already. I have a feeling that I know that already. And that's where the problem of the wife will start. Kapag hindi naging humble ang lalaki to accept knowledge, to understand marriage relationship, the principles, doon pumapasok ang problema. Kaya everything that exists in your life, that's so because of two things. Something you did or something you didn't do. That is the law on sow and reap. Okay? Kung nagugutom ka ngayon, eh baka di ka nagtrabaho noon o hindi ka nag-save ng pera. Very simple, very basic. Life has to be simple like that. There's no need to complicate our status in life or the activities that we do in life every day. There's no need to complicate it. Just make it simple. Run your life, govern your life according to principles. Okay? These are man-made principles that are connected also to the natural law or the first law. And they called it philosophy, no? The love for wisdom. That's the meaning of philosophy. Confucius, the Golden Rule, and the Taoism, these are good principles that connects to the value of loving your neighbor. Diba? Pakibasa nga si Ramos. Kung marinig boses mo.
In the middle of every difficulty
Sorry.
lies opportunity. Oh,
It's a
saan po?
Taoism. Yeah.
Taoism, your neighbor's gain as your own gain, and your neighbor's loss as your own loss.
Di ba? Ang ganda nitong philosophy nila na to. Hindi natin to ginagawa eh. That's why ang dami ring mayayaman sa China. No? Ang dami nilang billionaires enjoying their life because of this principle that they apply. They are happy when they see their fellow Chinese improving their lives. No? Tayo hindi eh. Pag nakita natin hitik-titik sa bunga yung isang tao, binabato natin. No? At ang masakit pa diyan, galing yan sa Kristiyano. That's why hindi natutuwa ang Chinese sa mga religions. They maintain their Confucius or Buddhism or Taoism philosophies. Okay? Man-made principles are compiled naman sa ating konstitusyon. They call it legal principles or the spirit of the law. Ignorance of the law excuses no one. Kaya yan ay hindi mo pwedeng gawing depensa. You have the obligation to know the law. Okay? Kaya nga pag hinuli ka because of traffic violation, you cannot just simply excuse yourself na I don't know, sorry, walang signboard ako nakita eh. Eh kung malinaw na malinaw yung violation, di ba? You cannot use that as an excuse for not knowing the signs or the law. No person should come to court with the unclean hands. No one is above the law. That's a principle made by man. And the greatest happiness for the greatest number is the measure of right and wrong. This is according to Jeremy Bentham, utilitarianism, which is sometimes wrong. Hindi lahat ng man-made principles ay tama. You have to think it over if that is aligned to the truth. Okay? So this principle about leaving your parents, leaving your father and mother is not a suggestion. When you stay with your parents after getting married, that means you are not ready in building the institution. Okay? You cannot just simply say na ito na kasi nakagawian namin eh. Yung mga kapatid kaming nag-asawa din na tumira sa parents namin because malaking bahay namin, libre kami sa upa. You know the effects, the negative effects of living with your parents. No? And I don't have to discuss that. You already know it. Kahit na sa mga kaibigan o kamag-anak nyo naririnig. There is a built-in punishment for not obeying this law. Why? Because you simply failed to plan well for your marriage. When you say leave, leave is a Hebrew word which means leave behind, disassociate, disconnect, move out, depart from. Disconnect yourself from your parents. And there are three components of our body that has to be disconnected from the parents. Aside from just the physical separation from the parents. The next is the mind. You don't have to think about their parents. That's why it becomes very crucial for the parent to stand alone when you form a family. Your parents should have the capability to stand on their own the moment you form a family. Otherwise, you will always go back to them to help them. Lagi kang hindi mo sila matitiis, lalo na pag sila ay nagutom na, retired na, wala namang makuha sa pagkaka-retire nila. Walang negosyo, nakatambay na lang pareho. Hindi mo matitiis eh, kasi parents mo eh. So it's crucial for every parent. They should stand alone. They ano ba yan? Sakit sa ulo, no? Sakit sa ulo explain. Dapat they can stand alone when you form a family. Kasi nga, iisipin mo na lang yung pamilya mo eh. Di ba? Kaya it's very necessary. Kaya kayo dalawa, make sure, pag kayo nagkaanak na at naglakihan na, make sure that you can stand on your own. Kasi pag aawayin din nila mag-asawa yan kung iniisip pa rin nila kayo hanggang ngayon. Tapos yung bahay na binibili ng asawa mo para sa parents pala niya. Kasi hindi nakapagpundar ng bahay yung magulang niya. Di ba? That's how very crucial planning our family is. Hindi porke mahal nyo isa't isa eh. Love conquers all. O sige nga, tinanggal ka sa trabaho, bumagsak yung negosyo mo, pero love niyo pa rin isa't isa. Ano, yung love ba makapagbigay ng pagkain sa table? Maganda naman yung positive thinking, ano? Pero you must be specific how to execute your plans. Mahal nyo isa't isa, yes, tama yan. Pero how do you get food on the table? Spiritually, yung heart natin, ihiwalay din natin yan. Except financially, when necessary. Kapag wala na talagang resource yung magulang, ang sabi ng eksperto, ibigay nyo kung anong matitira sa inyo. After paying all your bills, wala kayong pag-aawayan. Para walang sumbatan, balang araw na hanggang kailan ka ba tutulong sa magulang mo? Hanggang kailan ka ba tutulong sa mga kapatid mo? Lalo na kung panganay ka, pinasa sa'yo lahat ng obligasyon ng magulang mo, gumawa ng anak. At dahil panganay ka, anak, pagod na kami. Kung ano magpaalam sa mga kapatid mo, ha? Something ain't right. Nagsimula yan sa pagiging disorganized sa pagpasok nila sa marriage. Kaya yung disorganized status na yan, nagpapasa-pasa yan sa bawat generation. Napuputo lang yan the moment na nagplano yung isa. Yung sumunod na generation na nagplano, hindi na ginaya yung ginawa ng magulang. Nagplano sa pag-aasawa. Naghanda ng sarili. Now, husband is from the word house bond, the one that binds the house together. This is the correct definition of the husband. The husband. Look at this. Connecting and keeping together the whole family. And you will be called the father also. In Greek, it is pater. In Hebrew, means Abba, which means source, sustainer, provider, strength, protector. When combined, these letters form the meaning, the strength of the house. This is only the title given to males. Source, sustainer, provider, strength, protector. Master of a house, occupier, and tiller of the soil. This gives us the conclusion that the husband or the father is the ruler of the house. The foundation of the marriage. And what happens to the woman, to the wife? Wife is a helper, which is described here. The word ezer in Hebrew is called someone who would give vital strength to Adam. Eve was designed to be a corresponding and equal partner for Adam. Because science cannot answer this question. So let's go back to where the marriage was first created. And this is the design of marriage. The helper, the wife, which means ezer in Hebrew, which in other words, takbuhan ng husband sa oras ng pangailangan. Because that's how God described himself in many occasions. Iba-iba pangalan niya, pero sa oras na tinatakbuhan siya ng mga tao for help, emergency, he calls himself ezer, which he transferred to the woman or the wife when he told it to Eve, diba? Helper, I will give you a helper in Genesis chapter 2 verse 17. Now in Genesis chapter 3 is where God is telling them the consequences of their decision. Nag-asawa sila doon no? Naging husband and wife na ang description sa kanila. Look at this. Because you listen to your wife and ate fruit from the tree which I commanded you not to eat from it, cursed is the ground because of you. This is the reason why the husband's body or the male's body was designed to be physically to be a provider. The husband's bones are stronger. The male's bones are stronger, as discovered by science, to be stronger than the bone of a woman. And it has more capacity, longer capacity to work than the woman, scientifically. Because nag-asawa ka eh. Kaya the capacity is already built in. The capacity to provide is already built in. But you only have to discover how to become fruitful so you can perform your duty to the family, so you can provide for the needs of the family. Because your wife, itatago niya yung kanya mga sariling pera. And this is a shocking revelation na malalaman at maintindihan nyo ngayon kung bakit may ugali ang mga babae na pag pera nila, pera lang nila. Okay? At ang pera ng husband ay pera din nila. Totoo yan. Because it's naturally embedded into their bodies to expect the husband to provide for their needs. Bakit? Nag-asawa ka eh. Kaya sabi ng Diyos sa lalaki, asawa ka, nakinig ka sa asawa mo, nag-asawa ka, pumayag yung babae sa gusto mo, oh, I will curse the ground. Lahat ng pangangailangan niyan ay kailangan mo i-provide. Samantala doon binata ka, wala ka namang problema, no? Parang ganito sinasabi ng Diyos sa lalaki, I provided everything for you para mabuhay ka ng normal, just a Garden of Eden. Your heaven responsible parents, they are providing everything for you while you're still single. But then, you got married, hindi ko nasagot yan. No? Kaya there is a malfunctioning, the marriage will malfunction if the husband continue to get support from his parents. Because the woman will malfunction also by thinking and feeling that his husband cannot stand on his own feet. Kaya hingi palang hingi ng suporta sa kanyang magulang. And we have seen a lot of marriages fail because of that. Because the husband cannot stand on his own, still depending from his parents. At hindi matutuwa ang mga wife niya. O sige nga, sinong matutuwa sa inyo? Sumagot nga, magtaas ng kamay. Girls, testingin ko kayo. Matutuwa ba kayo na may husband kayong dependent sa parents? Sige nga. Meron?
Siyempre, hindi.
O, di ba? Walang wife na matutuwa ng gano'n, husbands. Okay? And that's the reason why. Kaya hindi masagot ng science yan. But the Bible can answer that. How about to the woman? To the woman he said, I will sharply increase your pain in childbirth. That's the reason why ang tayo pala naman ng babae every time na sila ay nagdadalang tao. In pain, you will bring forth children. Daming side effects. No? Mahaba ang tulog. May postpartum depression. Now, during postpartum depression of the woman, sino may medical background sa inyo? Gaano katagal ang postpartum depression sa isang babae? So every husband here should know that. Sino sa inyo nasa medical
It
industry?
depends po.
Gaano katagal?
Usually, after birth, it takes 3 months, but it can take also longer.
Even years, di ba? The maximum
Yes, sir.
The maximum I read is 2 years. Tumatagal yung postpartum. At itong period na to, yung postpartum na to, this is the time na yung husband, dahil hindi niya naintindihan yung postpartum, naghahanap ng attention sa ibang babae. Kung ano pinagagawa. And we have encountered a lot of couples who came to us na ganyan ang situation. 4 months pa lang kapapanak ng baby, si husband gustong mag-release, saan nagpupunta. tatago sa CR, nakikipag-sex video, nakikipag-chatmate sa ibang babae. Husbands, you must remember the fact that your wife came from your own body. That's why you feel the need to monitor the whereabouts of your wife because extended part of your body ang wife mo. At nagagalit ka pag kinakausap ng iba yan. Pag pinakialaman niya ang asawa mo, yung babae, nang hindi mo alam, talagang sobrang galit mo dyan, husbands. But you must remember that the reason why the woman was extracted from the body of the man is for you to understand the moment you decided to get married, that is your baby. You are the source of that woman. And since you are the source of that woman, you will become the protector, the provider, the strength, the source of everything that he needs. Because yan din ang tawag natin sa Diyos. He provides for everything that we need. Tubig, pagkain. He made sure that everything that our body needs are available. Kaya nakaprogram din sa mga baboy to produce, no, to reproduce sa cow, sa chicken. Nakaprogram din sa katawan nila yan eh. To make sure that we have food to eat. That's his job. And that will also become your job, husband, when you enter into marriage. You will be the source. That will be your first baby, your wife. Kaya pag yan, nagpakasal na, nag-i-expect na yan ng attention sa'yo. 24/7. Gusto niya lagi binibaby sila. Gusto lagi nilalambing sila. Gusto lagi kinakausap sila. Gusto lagi pinapamper sila. Di ba, girls? Sagot? Girls, sagot?
True.
True, di ba? Oh, pag hindi kayo sumagot yan, hindi gagawin ng husband niya yan. Kaya sumagot kayo ngayon na. Okay? Because they are your babies, husband. Laging magpapapansin yan. At pag nagtatantrums yan, ewan kung sisigawan. Ang gagawin mo, husband, ano? Ano gagawin dapat? David, anong gagawin? Magtatantrums ang asawa.
Yes, sir.
Anong gagawin?
Pakiulit po, sir, ng tanong.
Oh, sana hindi ka nagte-text dyan, ha? Hindi mo napapansin question.
Wala pa.
Ano ang gagawin sa wife na nagtatantrums? Gusto ko manggaling sa inyo eh. Para nakikita ko kung natututo na kayo. How about Sir Ramos? Ano gagawin sa wife na nagtatantrums, hindi maintindihan, ang gulo-gulo kausap? Lalayasan ba?
Habaan pa po yung pasensya at unawain.
Okay, may suggestion ako. Hindi bukod sa habaan ng pasensya at unawain, may suggestion ako, which is something to do. Lalambingin.
Yes,
Lalambingin niyo yan. Ano ba kailangan mo, baby? Ha? Kailangan mo, baby ko?
Exactly.
Ano, di ba? Oh, Amelia? Tama ba?
Hindi ko lang alam kay Sander po.
Munti ko na mabugay tubig dito sa laptop. Para hindi ka sure na nagagawin ni Sander yun. Sander, mahirap pang gawin yun? Sander? Sagot ka na sa'yo para mabilis tayo. Is that hard to do?
Walang sagot.
O nako, problema yan. Problema yan, ha? That's a warning sign. Okay. Mag-a-adjust talaga ang lalaki. Kung hindi ka dating malambing, kailangan mo maging malambing. Bakit? Kasi yan ang pangangailangan ng babae. They spell love in this way. A-F-F-E-C-T-I-O-N. Affection. That's how they spell love. Gusto nila laging may touch. Kapag hindi mo na nga hinahawakan yun, hindi mo na kinikis, hindi mo na hinahag, hindi mo na hinihipo, alam mo feeling nila, hindi mo na sila mahal. Tama, Marimar? Marimar?
Opo, tama-tama, natawa ako.
Oo, di ba? Ganun ang magiging conclusion ng wife. Kapag hindi mo na siya hinihipo, hinahag, sinahawakan, because you are not supplying her rights. Rights niya yun. Oh, di ba Jermaine? Tama
Yes
ba
po.
ako?
Opo.
Oh,
Tama
oh,
po.
narinig ba ni Ed? Narinig ni Ed?
Ed.
Oh, narinig mo Ed?
Opo. Opo daw.
Okay. Okay, very good. Yan ang pangangailangan ng babae na kahit hindi mo siya ginagawa dati, you have to do it because it is necessary. Now, sa lalaki naman, ang love, ini-spell nila as R-E-S-P-E-C-T. That's how they spell love. Alam niyo ba yon, wives? Soon to be wives? Yung respeto na yan ay napakalawak. Paano ba natin yan i-spell? Tingnan niyo Just very quick lang. Dito sa incident na to, sa Genesis, nung pinagagalitan na silang dalawa, ay because you listen to your wife. Sabi ko, bakit masama ba makinig sa babae? Kasi ang husband supposed to lead the family talaga. Yan ang design You should be equipped with the necessary knowledge on how to lead the family. Okay? Because ikaw yung teacher ng wife mo. Kaya hinahangaan ng mga kababaihan yung isang lalaking very wise. Hinahangaan ng kababaihan yung madiskarting lalaki. Yung matalinong lalaki. Hinahangaan nila yan. Kapag hindi ka ganun, husband, at may nakita yan na ganun sa labas ng bahay, madiskarting lalaki, ang maiisip nila, ikaw. Sayang. Sayang, hindi ganun yung husband ko. Oh, gusto niya ba yun? Oh, hahangaan nila yung ibang lalaki imbes na ikaw yung hangaan nila. Husbands? Think about that. Hindi ito tinuturo sa simbahan. Hindi rin ito lalo tinuturo sa city hall. Ang ituturo nila doon, yung love, mahalin mo lang yan, respeto mo, maging tapat ka. Now, I'm telling you the details. I'm digging deep sa source ng inyong problema. Because of the natural laws that are being violated. I'm telling you all of this now. Okay? Now, the social ills in America are traced back to the absence of fathers in the homes. Kaya pinag-aralan na rin nila yan. Kaya gaano kahalaga ang role ng father sa bahay? It's very crucial na maging qualified ang tatay bago magpamilya, bago pumasok sa pamilya. These are the 5 marriage qualification tests that you need to know kung kayo ba ay question, Jermaine. Sige, before question mo na.
Paano po pag palaging nagtatantrums? Pag linggo-linggo?
Nagtatantrums linggo-linggo. Yung babae daw.
Hindi po ako yun.
Kala ko si Jeremy yung nagtatanong.
Okay. Ibang babae po.
Pag linggo-linggo nagtatantrums, ano bang condition niya? Yan normal na magtatantrums linggo-linggo or baka araw-araw kapag bagong panganak. Okay? Na during postpartum depression, yan yung period na talaga laging hahanapin yung husband sa tabi na hindi ka makakaalis dyan, husband. Kailangan ka lagi sa tabi niyan. That's why That's why na-invento yung paternity leave. Pero hindi sapat yung 7 days na yan, na paternity leave na yan. Para sa assistance, support, moral, emotional na kailangan ng asawa sa pagkapanganak. Kung linggo-linggo nagtatantrums, check mo yung cause ng tantrums, ang galing yung cause. Baka naman kulang sa supply ng pagkain, ng pera yan. Oo. Baka kulang sa supply ng ng allowance. Okay? Kaya ako alam ko na yan eh. Kaya bukod sa lambing, kailangan may kasamang cash eh. Di ba no? O nakatingin sa akin asawa ko ngayon. Kailangan may kasamang cash, Jermaine, di ba?
Hindi naman, sir.
Okay, check niyo yung source of the tantrums kung bakit. Baka meron ka pang hindi na address na problema, no? Baka may ginawang kasalanan, nakalimutan mo yung anniversary nyo or nakalimutan mo siyang pag nangako ka sa babae, naku, talagang i-expect nila yan. Natuparin mo.
Minsan po, minsan maliit na bagay po pinapalaki.
Maliit na bagay. Maliit na bagay pinapalaki. Teka muna, nagsasama na ba kayo? Hindi pa.
Hindi pa po.
Hindi pa, okay. Pero lumalabas na yung mga problema na yan. Kung lumalabas na yung mga problema na yan, sit down, trace the source of the problem. Saan galing yan? Saan pa nagsimula yan? Sabi ba ako sa'yo hindi maganda? Kaya nga pag lumalabas kayo, dapat walang cellphone eh. Pag nakakita ako ng couple na nasa restaurant tapos parehong busy sa cellphone nila, it's useless. Useless yung kanilang quality time. So, pag magkasama kayo, no entertaining of calls or texting unless emergency. Dapat may policy kayong ganun. Kung emergency lang nyo pwede sagutin yung phone. Kung hindi naman, kasama ko asawa ko, sorry. Kasama ko family ko, sorry. Hindi na business hours. Family time na to. You have to have discipline like that. You have to have policy like that in your relationship. Okay? Nasagot ba yung question?
Pwede na po.
Pwede na. Check the source. Oo, check the source of her tantrums, weekly tantrums. Baka lagi niyang gusto attention mo eh. Araw-araw eh. Baka gusto lagi mo siyang kinukumusta. Diba? Baka every other day mo lang kinukumusta. Okay? Araw-araw ang application ng araw-araw, daily. Daily ito binibigay. Yan. Check your 5 marriage qualification tests. Godly, dapat ang tao. Because pag hindi godly hindi takot sa Diyos yan. Hindi yan takot sa batas. Okay? Wala katatakutan niya kapag walang takot yan sa Diyos. Working, visionary, leader, focus. So pag nag-asawa yan na meron ng vision sa buhay, disiplinado na yan. Iiwasan na niya yung mga barkada na nagbibigbit lagi sa kanya kung saan-saan. Pero hanggat hindi niya nakikita yung goals niya, lagi yan mag-i-experiment. Itatry yung ginagawa ng marami. Itatry yung ginagawa ng barkada niya. Because hindi pa niya kilala ang kanyang sarili. Protector. The safest place for a woman should be in the arms of her husband. Yan ang nilalaman ng work or vision na nandun sa Genesis chapter 2 verse 15. Yung 5 things na yan. Yan yung 5 nangyari between God and Adam before He created the woman. Lahat ng ito ang nangyari. Pinakita niya ang kanyang sarili. Pakilala siya kay Adam, I am your God. At sinabihan siya to have a vision. Because work in Genesis chapter 2 verse 15 means to have a vision. And that's the reason why every woman expects the man to have a vision in life. Pag wala, they get discouraged. The woman gets discouraged. Protector, cultivator. Kung anong kulang sa wife mo, wala namang human being na ginawa na walang capacity to improve. Walang built-in capacity to grow. Walang human being created like that. Every human being has the capacity to grow and become fruitful, just like the natural creation. Because the human being is also a natural creation. Kaya pag meron ka nakikitang kulang sa wife mo, husband, it's your job. Because husband, as described kanina, binasa natin, tiller, cultivator. Part of your duty yan. Kung anong kulang sa asawa mo, ikaw ang may responsibility na idagdag. Kung ano yung nasa utak mo na gusto mong maging sa iyong wife, you have the duty to supply that to her. Make her the woman in your mind. Kaya hindi sagot talaga ang ibang tao. Because you are mga nag-asawa na nag-iwalay, they are missing this important knowledge. How to stay married. Stay with your wife, develop kung ano yung nakikita mo picture niya sa isip mo. Mahina siya mag-English, padala mo sa English language school. Send her to language school kung mahina siya mag-English. Ikaw yung magbabayad, husband. Mamumuhunan ka. Okay? Kailangan mong mag-invest sa asawa mo, sa wife mo. That's the role of the husband, as tiller and cultivator, and law-abiding. These 5 should complete the marriageability qualification. So woman, helper, ezer, dapat you submit your goal to your husband. You cannot have 2 goals in the house. Because 2 goals or 2 visions in the house means D-I, 2. In Greek, dia, no? Dialogue, 2 people talking, dia. 2 means D-I. 2 visions and you get division. You cannot create 2 visions in the house. Only 1 vision. Number 2, virtue. You keep your body only for your husband. Keep yourself pretty for husband's eyes. Hindi pabaya sa sarili. The husband naman, kailangan to maintain your wife's beautiness, you have to invest. The principle of sow and reap, no? Pag walang budget yan sa pagpapaganda, losyang ang labas ng asawa mo. And it will reflect to you, husband. Okay? Respect. Hindi nager, hindi nanunumbat, hindi magastos, hindi nang insulto, hindi dominator. Should be submissive to the goal or vision of her husband. Kung may sarili ka pang goal na hindi natapos, girl, sabihin mo yan sa husband. Paano natin to ilalapat, i-align sa goal mo, husband. You have to discuss that on the table. Okay? And be wise. You should be financially educated. And you will save your money only for the family. Not to buy expensive things without his consent. Kahit pera mo yan, binili mo yung gusto mo without your husband's knowledge or consent, may insulto siya. May insulto ang husband ninyo. Because it's part of respect. Kahit na sarili mo pera yan. Okay? Hindi mo pwede sabihin sa husband mo na, bakit? Hindi mo kasi kayang bilhin ito kaya ako na lang bumili. Hindi mo kayang bilhin ito Do not do that. You're violating a natural law, wives. Because the husband expels love through this R-E-S-P-E-C-T word. Okay? Because the more you respect your husband, the more he knows that you love him. And the more you love, the more you do, the more you are affection or affect, what is that? The more you are, ano ba tawag doon? Paano ba yan? Ha? Ikinig yung anak ko dito. Ano ba yung verb form ng affection? The more you are, show affection. Ano yan? Tulungan nyo nga ako. Wives, brides. What is the verb form for affection? Malambing sa English is what?
Tenderness, affection.
Tenderness. Ayun, tenderness. Tenderness. Okay. May video pa sana tayo pero I think I have discussed already everything. But you can check this out sa YouTube. The 5 traits every man needs to qualify for marriage as a husband and as a father. You need to know this, husband, para meron kang foundation for your marriage. So, this is what I had cited a while ago. You are equal, but not the same. You have different roles, but kailangan yung pag-isahin niya. And for you to enjoy a great marriage, you should learn to enjoy your differences. Okay? Learn to enjoy it. So you should know ano yung differences yung dalawa. You have to know that. And these are the findings of science. Look at this. Difference between that net. Yan yung mas maintindihan ang nature ng male and female. So you have to know this. No? Wala tayong excuse para hindi natin malaman itong mga bagay na ito with the advent of technology. Okay? Check that out. So, wives are created to be emotional. Kaya pala, the natural law tells the husbands to love their wives. It's not a suggestion. And it should not be violated at any time. You cannot even think about it, of violating it. The husbands are designed to be logical according to science. So, a logical person requires respect. You cannot insult your husband. No, hindi mo pwedeng malit-malitin talaga husband mo eh. Sooner or later, he will give up. Hindi niya kakayanin. Because the first time you violated this, hindi niya na magugustuhan yun, na ma-insulto siya. Okay? So here's the instruction. Be fruitful before multiplying. The word fruitful is not being explained to us in details. So if you will study this well, you are like a seed with the capability to be fruitful. Okay? Don't just think about multiplying when you are not fruitful yet. Okay, I explained this already. To know themselves the beginning of wisdom, strive not to be success, but rather of value. We are now at the end of our session. I will just give you the last slides. Most of the things that I have discussed are already here. But look at this. These are the process that I was telling you as given by Jesus Christ in the Bible. The first step is to love the Lord thy God. When you seek him with all your heart, with all thy soul, with all your mind, with all your strength, you will discover how valuable you are. You will discover eventually your gift, the seed planted in you for you to become fruitful before loving your neighbor. So don't forget that these are process. Step 1, loving God. Step 2, loving yourself. Step 3, loving your neighbor. Do not skip this process. Do not love your neighbor unless you learn to love yourself. This is your safety net kapag matigas ang ulo ng asawa mo, hindi na siya nakikipag-ayos, naayusin ang institusyon. This is your safety net. So you can stand alone magbago man ang isip niya. Umalis man siya sa marriage. Di ba? Kaya ka bang takutin kung fruitful ka na? Kaya mo nang mag-isa? Matigas ulo niya? Umalis siya? Hindi ka pwedeng sindakin o hindi ka maghahabol sa kanya kung tumigas man ang ulo niya. Because you are already fruitful. Buong-buo ka. Okay? So, complete the process first. Kung hindi mo pa yan nakukumpleto, analyze it, pag-usapan yung dalawa, sit down together on how to complete loving yourself para hindi kayo nag-aalala, mawala man isa sa inyo. You can stand alone na matibay. This is the safety net given by God, not by any philosophy. Kaya nga sabi ni Einstein din, a person starts to live when he can live outside himself. You know the word live? I check it. For us kasi ang interpretation lang natin dito yung mabuhay eh. But live naturally means to survive. So if we translate it, a person starts to survive when he can survive outside himself. Okay? Ito yung sinasabi ni Jesus Christ. Pag natutunan mo na mahalin ang sarili mo, nakita mo yung value mo, na-disiplina mo yung sarili mo, you become fruitful, so meron ka ng capacity, kakayahan na magmahal ng iba. At hindi ka kayang gibain ng kahit sino, magloko man siya. Because matibay ka, you can live outside of yourself without depending to anyone. Okay? So if you want to live a happy life, tie it to a goal, not to people or things. Tie it to a goal. This is what I was telling you many times. Happy is the man who finds a true friend. A far happier is he who finds that true friend in his wife. Araw-araw yan na dapat maramdaman niyo sa isa't isa na kayo ay namimiss ninyo ang isa't isa. Hinahanap ninyo lagi ang isa't isa. So these are the natural laws in your relationship. Submission to your husband and loving your wives. And it is prohibited for you to be harsh to your wife, to the woman.
Yes.
What are the harsh words na pwede natin i-consider? Pag sinabi mong maalat ang luto, that is harsh to the woman. Pag sinabi mong pangit ang damit niya, that is harsh to the woman. Okay? Hindi po pwede sa kanila yan. Kaya you cannot violate that. Di ba, no, Ma'am Amelia? Ano pa ba yung ibang harsh para sa inyo? Miss Amelia?
Yes,
Ano
sir.
pa? O sinabi ka mataba. You like
Ay,
it?
tanggap na po.
Tanggap na. Pag inulit-ulit.
Ay, hindi naman po pwede yun, sir.
Oo, di ba? O, di ka na matutuwa pag inulit-ulit. Baya pagbigyan pa sa umpisa, no? Pero pag inulit-ulit na, iba na yon. Away na, no? So, ang team song ng mga babae, please be careful with my heart. No? Love plus gentleness, magkakambal yan, ha? Love plus gentleness equals respect for the wife. Respect plus submission equals love for the husband. Okay? Think about that. Kahit na anong mangyari, tanggapin niyo, husbands, that your wife is always a woman. She is always a woman. Yan na yun. Yan na sila. Just do your part by loving them and showing them respect or affection all the time. Because marriage is not about us anymore. Huh? You're not both legally obligated to produce functional and godly offspring. Pakibasa nga. Malapit na tayo matapos. Sana lang. Sir Ronald, please. Has not the Lord
made them one, flesh and spirit, they are his. And why one? Because he was seeking godly offspring. So guard yourself in your spirit and do not break faith with the wife of your youth.
That is a law. Thank you, Sir Ronald. Dalawa po ang ating obligasyon. Ano yan? Obligasyon sa Estado to produce functional offspring to the society. Obligasyon natin sa Diyos to produce godly offspring to the world. Okay? Hindi na ito tungkol sa atin. Tapos na yung ating pagpapaligaya. Tapos na dapat yung ating pagpapaligaya sa ating sarili as a single. So it is necessary always to be fruitful before multiplying. That's what I'm telling you. Paniwalaan nyo to. The train means the car in front. Okay? Kayo yan. Train in Hebrew means that is the car in front. Whatever you say, do, or how you treat each other, they will always at the back following it. Kayo yan. Anong makita nila sa inyo sa bahay, paano kayo mag-usap, they will always you will always be an example to them to follow. That's the meaning of train. That's principle or the first law in parenting. So, pag-aralan nyo po. There are so many books created by different wise people on how to do proper parenting. Just don't forget na this is not new information, so you have to study it. Finally, a French philosopher from France said that the romantic view of children as gentle savages with innate purity who, if not tampered with, would grow up naturally into good and moral adults. Ang bata daw na lumalabas, wag lang madumihan, wag lang makarinig ng di magandang salita, wag lang mapulyut ang utak, wag lang maturuan ng mali. They are naturally they would grow up naturally into good and moral adults. Okay? So being responsible parents is a national law. Patas po yan, ha? Let us not forget that. Let's be responsible to each other. Supply each other these needs. Nandiyan po. Pag-alalan nyo ang physical, spiritual, and psychological needs ng tao. Yung hierarchy ni Maslow ay binaligtad ni Jesus Christ. Babaligtarin nyo ang mentality nyo by priorities. What is your priority? Following the principles. Following the law. Okay? So, a perfect building is like expecting a perfect marriage. Because sa umpisa, syempre imaginary lang yan. Picture pa lang yung nakikita nyo. For that to happen, you need to get the right team members, like the right architects, right engineers, right carpenters, mason, electrician, laborers, plumbers, suppliers, and the right finance management team. At dapat alam nila yung kanilang duties para matupad yung inyong vision to have a perfect building. Isa man dito ang maging selfish, isa man dito ang magpasok ng kanyang bisyo sa kanyang ginagawa, sa kanyang trabaho. Your project will be derailed. Okay? Same with the marriage. The word perfect means alignment. Alignment to the design of marriage. And how to have that perfect marriage na hindi na natin pinaniniwalaan or hindi na pinaniniwalaan ng marami because hindi na nakikita. How to have that? You need to get the right man with the right mentality. Just like what we have discussed. The right woman with the right mentality. Anong mentality ninyo dapat dalawa? Focus to the marriage, the institution. Right husband and father who studied his job description. The right wife and mother who studied her job description. It's accessible in Google. How to be a good husband, how to be a good father, how to be a good wife and mother. We cannot be ignorant anymore. The right friends, kung hindi family or goal-oriented ang mga kaibigan ninyo, you have to take it down from your list. Kaka-apekto sila sa inyong family. Parang di ba pag nag-grow ang isang puno, pinuputol yung mga sisira sa branches, pag may nabubulok na part, pinuputol talaga. Ganon din sa ating buhay. No? Get the right counselors during challenges. Kami yun. Okay? I will tell you frankly, kami yun. Right environment, dwelling place, para mag-grow ang bawat isa sa inyo, you should be in the right environment. At budgeting, finance skills, meron kayo niyan dapat, how to budget your money. Huwag bibili ng expensive na uhulugan nyo na alam nyo namang hindi nyo kakayanin without studying it well. Do not decide alone. And the right performance of respective duties. Steps for successful things on earth are written in Proverbs. Nandiyan po yan, chapter 4. Just like we have discussed, what we have discussed. And it requires falling in love many times. always with the same person. And the secret is in finding the right person. You know they're right if you love to be with them all the time. Kailangan naman ito araw-araw na gusto mo siya makita. Hindi nawawala dapat yung feelings na yan. Pag ayaw mo siya makita, there's something wrong. Meron kayong kailangan i-address. Kailangan ayusin na hindi pa naayos. So once you discovered your goal together, magkakaroon ng meaning ang inyong pagsasama, magkakaroon kayo ng capacity to live for others. Doon lang nyo marirealize na masarap pala ang magkapamilya. Kapag na-realize ninyo, pag doon kayo sa point na kayo pala ay necessary for other people to live normally. Okay? And that is a life worth living. A Harvard study, 75 years on human happiness, they discovered that the happiest and healthiest people on earth are those who invested in relationship. Where? In relationship. Not in crypto, not in real estate, not in cars, not in mansion, not in any material things, but in relationship. Ito yung investment na worth investing. Your relationship. Which is, I was telling you in the first part of our session, it's invisible. Relationship is invisible, that you have to keep strong and stronger every day of your life. Happy life, happy marriage, happy family is our priority. That's where our focus is all the time, on a daily basis. And so the fate of the next generation lies to all the responsible and loving husbands and fathers with supportive and submissive wives and mothers today. Kaya sa inyo po nakasalalay ang ating kinabukasan ng mga susunod na generation. So, if you makikita mo yan kung very happy ang family sa smile ng wife. No? Sa smile ng asawa, babae, husbands. Okay? Kaya nga na-invento yung salitang happy wife, happy life. Kaya pag nagpapapicture sa inyo, nagpapapicture ang family, dapat ganyan ang ngiti ng inyong mga wives. Ha? Dito wife ko. Yeah. Okay? So, remember that we are just managers on earth, ha? Couples, wala tayong pag-aari. That's why we were born naked. Even dumaman tayo, we will still be naked. Okay? And you have to tell to your soon-to-be spouse now, my darling, we are just managers. Pakisabi nga, please. I want to hear your voice, your voices. Sweetheart, kung ano may tawagan ninyo. Let's open your video. We're not about to close. My honey, my babe, we're just
Babe.
managers.
Babe, we are just managers.
I vow to manage you very well. Pakisabi nga all together, please. All of you.
I vow to manage you very well.
Yeah, paki-open na lahat.
Okay.
Unmute na, open na yung video. Open na lahat. Sabay-sabay tayo. I vow to manage you very well.
I vow to
I
manage
vow to manage you very well.
And I vow to manage our marriage and family very well. Sabay.
I vow to manage
I vow to
our
manage our
marriage
marriage and family very well.
Let us manage well this institution together for the sake of our children and their children's children.
Let us manage well this
Let us
institution
manage well this institution together
for the sake of our children and their children's children.
Congratulations and maraming salamat sa inyong participation. Salamat po. Now, feedback time. Ito po ang aking book which you can bought directly from us. And another books coming soon. Like and follow us. Feedback, questions, violent reactions. Kung wala nang question, feedback please. 1 minute for each of you. What is your take sa lahat ng ating napag-usapan o napag-discuss? Mary and Joss.
What's your feedback?
I don't have any questions or anything.
Yeah, I think we learned a lot.
Yeah, we're good.
Anything new in the session that you were surprised with? Mary and Joss?
I think it's
Naman?
just especially him, he has learned a lot of Philippine laws, because some of that I don't think does apply in US.
Mhm.
So that's good that he has an understanding of what are laws about marriage here. So thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Ramos and April, please. Skip your videos on. We will have a photos picture later on. Ramos and April.
Ikaw muna.
Go.
Go.
Feedback sa mga natutunan ninyo, realization.
Okay
After-
naman po.
Wala naman po kaming masyadong problem sa relationship namin. Kasi good naman yung communication namin. Tapos open kami if ever may mga problems ka.
Okay, with this learning session that you attended, do you realize, do you now confirm that meron na kayong alam na gagawin in
Opo.
case of challenges?
Meron na.
Open up ng idea.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. How about si David and Marimar, please? Your feedback.
Nagustuhan ko po yung session because it doesn't focus on religion lang. Not just because Filipinos about Catholicism lang and all that. We discussed the practicality of getting married to one another. So mas marami pong natutunan na life lessons instead of basing the marriage na just all that things about put God first and everything will be okay. Hindi po siya ganon. So I like that about the session po.
Thank you, Marimar. How about David?
So far po, wala naman po kaming problema sa relationship namin. Tsaka yung communication namin po. Tsaka yung sinabi ni Marimar na put God first sa relationship. Yun na po.
Okay. Yung mga pinag-usapan natin, ano nagustuhan mo? Ano pinaka-nagustuhan mo? David. Sa lesson, ano pinaka-nagustuhan mo sa lesson?
Di po kasi ako masyado marunong mag-Tagalog, sir.
Yes, sir. Ilonggo po kasi siya.
Ilonggo siya. Okay.
Yes po.
Opo.
Tulungan mo siya mamaya, Marimar.
Natutunan
mo.
So, naintindihan naman niya po, pero yung pag-explain po sa Tagalog, medyo hirap po siya mag-communicate.
Okay. Thank you. Sige, pag-usapan niyo mamaya. Ha? Edgar, is it Edgar and Jermaine? Tama ba? Ed and Jermaine? Tama? Sige.
Opo.
Edgar, your feedback, please.
Okay naman po, magmahalan, mag-intindihan. Yung natutunan ko po, parang medyo palaging tama yung babae.
Palaging tama, okay. Kaya wala kang choice. Diba? Kaya nga, na-invento yung kantang She's Always a Woman to Me. Ha? Okay. Jermaine.
Natutunan ko po na yung the wife should always honor yung husband niya and dapat laging maging masunurin din.
Okay. Dapat yung sinusunod mo talagang well thought, pinag-aralan, at magbe-benefit ang family.
Yes.
Okay? Thank you. Michelle and Ronald.
feedback regarding about today. I really appreciate what we learned today. It's not only about marriage itself, but also us being as a role as wife and husbands. Na-appreciate ko po siya. And I like how you connect it with scientific, with theoretical, and then apply it in real life. It's pretty much relatable rin, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. How about si Ronald? Like to hear from you.
Actually, yung mga sample, yung mga it's more of self-explanatory, pero it's kailangan maging committed, respect, and communication is the key to a successful marriage, not just love.
Yes. So now he realized that love does not necessarily conquers all, huh? Okay. Thank you. Amelia and Sander.
So madami po kaming takeaways for today's seminar po, which I believe we can apply para sa married life namin. So we would like to thank you po, sir, for that very comprehensive explanation for today. So yun lang, put God first, in the center of everything, and maintain the respect from the very first day hanggang sa huli na po.
All right. Consistent and maintain. Sander. Oh, parang hindi naririnig boses mo. Baka yung volume. Volume, Sander. Baka walang volume. Yeah. Yeah. Sander? Wala yung volume ni Sander. Try mo nga ulit, Sander. Try mo ulit, Sander. Wala kang marinig.
Try to remove your earphones.
Wala pa rin. Amelia, ano sa tingin mo ang feedback ni Sander?
Sabi niya, sir, sa chat, same na lang daw kami.
Okay. Mukha ba na-appreciate niya yung ating discussion? At marami siyang
Opo, sir.
takeaways?
Nag-stay naman siya the whole session. Yep.
Okay, very good, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, let's have a photo shoot, no? Group photo shoot. Screenshot lang malito. Okay, hold on. Smile tayo, ha? Smile. Ready? 1, 2, 3. One more, tika. Nako. May bili ka. Join us. Okay, join ko yung wife ko, ha? O, sama ka na kulit. Sama ka na kulit. Okay, bakit wala ako? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Wala. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you marami.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you po.
Paano pa lang ang certificate nyo next week, ha?
Bye.
Sige. Bye-bye. Good night.
Thank you po.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you po.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Screenshot mo lang natin.